Okay, this time when I clicked the button, it had a little pop-up that was like, start the multi-stream. So maybe we just started the multi-stream. Let's do a little check. I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna refresh. Normally this would be happening behind the intro credits. Look, we have an open source live stream. That's my face. Hello to those of you on YouTube. I have been doing open source streams on Twitch since 2019. I am now bringing those weekly open source streams to you on YouTube. Yay. Okay, so again, I would have done this behind the scenes, but the new button didn't work, so. Aw, unable to find any active live YouTube chat. All right, let me try this. Yay! Okay, I'm gonna copy this video URL. I'm gonna bring it over here. I'm gonna enter this in. I'm gonna try clicking load chat. Da-na-na-na! First. Da-na-na-na! I can now bring messages over from either YouTube or Twitch. Excellent. Yay. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Let's do stream intro again. Hello, my name is Chill Coates. I'm a team member on the Ruby events team, and today what I'm working on is improving the memory and performance of our seeds. The main way I'm doing this is making sure that we only call save if we actually change the record. And I have this partially done. Let's see. So yeah, hello and welcome to YouTubers and all of my old Twitch peeps. All right, cool. So let's get started on this. I have 6 files changed here. Yeah. So all of these are associated with like, the importing happens through this static event file, which I'm gonna open up over here. Good. And then over here I have my seed.rake. So this seed file that I have are like some of the specific seeds. Like we have seeds specifically for speakers, we have seeds specifically like for events, event series, etc. This one seeds only 1. So this is the one I was initially working with and testing against, and this one I think still works. Let's grab this one as an example. So I'm just gonna do quote star yank through and then quote. And then we'll take a look at this, pop this open, and I'm gonna come in here. This hasn't even activated the MCP extensions yet. I've had this running since before the stream started. Hey, John Sugar, welcome. Second ever chat message from YouTube. Fun. All right, but yeah, I'm gonna try this out. I'm gonna see how it goes, and like, I don't know. Occasionally, I feel the need to mix things up, and that's what this is about. All right. I don't know what that means. Okay. Let's see. So there's the debug. Okay, so here we see our allocated objects before, after, and the difference between them, and we have the total time. So right now we're running about 6 seconds. I think what I probably need to do at this point is go in here and run seeds for all of the events. So that one is going to be db seed all. And so even like just right now, this is one of like the slower, this is the slowest one because it runs all of our seeds. I will note that it does seem to be a lot faster ever since I made the changes that I have. And I think that if we continue to like go through here, I think it can be a little bit better even. So one of the things I noticed while I was looking through this, and I might want to do this in a separate one, is that for the sponsors, yeah, I think what we do is we say like, hey, if there is a sponsor, Oh no, this doesn't do what I think. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. So what we do with the sponsors is we collect the organization IDs as we go through. And if the organization ID is not listed in the event sponsors, so that's going to be like a join table record, we delete that. John Sugar says lag is about 10 seconds on YouTube, FYI. I'm not sure if I can fix that. I can give it a try while the seeds are running though. Let's see. Maybe. I probably do not know how to do this yet. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know how to do this, but I am going to look into that between this stream and the next stream. Because there was like different modes when I was starting it. Like there was one that was like low latency and one that was like ultra low latency. And I have heard that that's an issue with YouTube, is that the lag is just significantly longer. All right, let's see. Oh, good. Okay, so we have a failure, which is that the slug has already been taken, and it looks like this was, oh, John Sugar says that lag was on top of whatever lag there is for your Twitch stream. Yeah, that's pretty bad. And Super Rick Sanchez says, how much is Opera good? I like Opera mostly for the animations. Like, I really like the way it smoothly swaps between workspaces. And I like some of those features. There are a couple of things about it, though, that do actually frustrate me a little bit. Like, it's not as good at filtering ads as Brave or some of the others are. Which is one of the big things I'm looking for from a browser now. Okay, so it looks like RubyConf 2019, validation failed, slug has already been taken. And that's happening inside here, I believe. So let's take a look and see where that's coming from. All right, so first it's happening here, and then import sponsors, import array each. I'm gonna try searching for this slug has already been taken. Slug has already been taken. I'm gonna search more than my videos files. Nothing. If that's the case, then let's see. This is happening on 397 of import sponsors. All right, let's take a look. 397 of import sponsors is organization save if organization changed or organization.new record. So that means that if I go take a look at my organization, there's probably a uniqueness filter on my slugs, right? Let me search slug. Super Rick Sanchez says, oh, cool. I use Zen with uBlock no ads. Well, I still get YouTube ads and Twitch ads, but that's okay. I might try that out. I've heard good things about Zen, and I'm just kind of like, I get kind of frustrated. Let's see. Configure slug, attribute name, auto suffix on collision, false. Okay, find by slug or alias. Aliasable type, organization. Slug.join. Alright, so if this is somewhere, it's probably inside sluggable. Let me try that. Let's see. Yep, there's my presence true and there's my uniqueness true. This uniqueness validation is probably what's causing my error, which makes this a bit harder to debug. I will say one thing I can tell is that it looks like we imported RubyConf TH 2019 and then we ran this. You know what I could do? I could see, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna run binlint. This is gonna run my validations, and I'm gonna check and see if I have any validations for this. And then while I'm doing that, I'm gonna try and see if I can find any of these that have the similar or same slugs. I guess they wouldn't have been able to save it if it had the same slug. Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to save it if it had the same slug. It would have to be a similar slug. Let's see. Organization. Yeah. Where? Yeah, it's got an index. So it would have found one that was close, but not the same. So one thing I could do is I could look at the sponsors that are on RubyConf TH 2020. Let's see. There's RubyConf TH 2020. Okay, so this one is canceled, so it's not that one. And there is a 2022, and it does have sponsors. And this one has sponsors as well. There's Gojek. That looks familiar. Ah, John Sugar says Brazil recap, by the way. Tropical on Rails was absolutely incredible. It was fantastic. The organizer spoiled us. Everybody was super friendly. I got to meet Anakin, Luke, and Hope from the Discord. I didn't get to see Pachi, which was unfortunate, but Pachi had some life stuff going on. I'm working on a blog post right now, but it was so cool. Let me go in here really quickly and find the video. Hang. They did these day 1, day 2 videos. I don't think the audio is gonna come through, so I'm just gonna bloop pass these to you. But it was really cool. It was really fun. Speaking was really awesome because I was speaking in front of like 700 people, which was wild because it was like a single track conference and everything. But yeah, energy was great. Everybody was super friendly. They had translation headsets, so like the talks that were in Portuguese I could still understand, and that was cool. And it was just really nice to hang out with everybody. And there's me. Ta-da! But it was good. It was really fun. They actually had these videos like edited and ready for the closing ceremony, which like it takes me hours to like it takes me almost a full day to get like a 30-minute video done. So like the fact that they had these ready like so quickly and like including filming and everything else is incredibly impressive. But yeah, it was really cool. It was really fun. I liked it a lot. And if you ever get a chance to go to Tropical on Rails, you totally should. Food was good too. Food was really, really good. All right, let's see about this. I'm actually recognizing this really quickly. So I'm gonna really quickly search in here for like Gojek. The thing is, I've worked on this before. Okay. So these two have different domains, and if they have different domains, we're going to make them different sponsors. The thing I'm going to check here really quick is, and as you can see, these have the same slug. Different domains, same slug. That's going to be a problem. So we're going to briefly investigate this. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is gojek.io. And then let's look at this one. This one's gojek.com. And this is a completely different company that also goes by Gojek, it looks like. Unless, nope, these are the same company. Same logo. Why? Okay. Okay. Oh. So we actually use the domain to figure out whether or not these are the same sponsor. So I kind of have to now decide whether we're using RubyConf Thailand's or RubyConf India's. Yes. I mean, are these the same company? They have the same logo. They have to be. Let's see. Oh, those are the translation headphones. It was really cool because they had someone like live describing it. Let's see. Largest JRuby, Java, and Go clusters in Asia versus this one. And remind me, which one's the IO and which one's the .com? Alt-click. Yeah. I think maybe we'll do the IO one. Yeah, because these are both from 2019. Why? Okay, so we'll do IO here. And then my theory, organization where slug, Gojek. None. What? Okay, where slug. Ah, interesting. Okay. And now I'm changing it to .io. Well, that's gonna be fun. Twitch Chitty! Oh, hang on. Twitch Chitty says, chill! Good morning! Good morning, hello. Andrea Okaza says, hey! Hello! So just a heads up, you're dealing with some significant delay over on YouTube. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so I think that should probably work. I'm gonna try running the seeds again. And see if this fixes things. Oh, interesting. Some validations failed. Okay, so we have some reverse name duplicates. We have a lot of reverse name duplicates. Let's see. Do I have anything for the sponsors? I'm not seeing anything invalid in the rest of these. Okay. So it looks like the only problem is this one. So I'm going to go ahead and run binlint again. I'm kind of thinking through this and trying to figure out how I'm going to solve this. Han Sohai says, I finally got to use Ruby Professional. Guess what it is? Oh, I'm not good at guessing. What is it? Tell me. How did you get to use Ruby professionally? I'm gonna guess in a SaaS app. I said I'm not good at guessing, but maybe if I can be vague. Let's see. I'm doing binlint. I think I wanted to actually run the seeds instead and see if that would work. All right, let me do bin rails, db seed, all. Let's see how that goes. Starts with V. Really not good at, let's see, V. Starts with V. Well, that rules out chef. You could be talking about in a vagrant. Al Mokhtar says, is Ruby dying? No. It's used in GitHub. It's used in GitLab. It's actually the foundation of like Twitch. So Twitch started using Rails. Used by Calendly. This is my new one. This is really cool. So this is like, let's see. I'll drop this in Twitch. And, oh, nope, can't drop it in YouTube. Okay. I can't comment back to you in YouTube. It's weird. So this is using Rails as a site organized by Andy Kroll, and it lists out all of these different companies that are known to be using this. And honestly, it's kind of new, so there aren't a lot of them. But, like, these are a whole bunch of different companies that are using it. Calendly, Massive, Call Stacking, Calyx. Oh, can I sort by the size? No, I can't sort by the size. I know there's more than this in New Zealand. because I went to a Ruby retreat over in New Zealand. Mountain Bed says, my company is on there! Yay! If anybody in chat is looking at this list and going, my company isn't on there, add it. Hungry Hippo says, will Rails ever have jobs that aren't senior only? That's a good question. Yeah, I've known a couple of people who have got in as juniors, but that was about 2-3 years ago. And the problem is I'm not a good person to ask because I'm going in as a senior developer. That's what I'm applying as. So it's hard for me to answer questions like that. One of the things I've been thinking about a lot is, oh, what is this? What on earth did you do? Oh God, not this. Ah, these are all the speaker deck ones. No. Okay, well, rake DB seed worked. I'm gonna do a quick commit. Am I using Git Butler or am I using Git? I am currently using Git. Good to know. Okay, so I'm gonna do a Git commit -p fix Gojek domains duplicates. John Sugar says, Rails is so dead, Shopify has decided to shut down. Ah, dramatic. What is the difference between a senior and a consultant? A consultant is typically somebody who's paid to come in as a contractor and like talk to your team and help your team solve a particular problem. A senior is typically a role that exists within your team. You can have a senior consultant because the senior is basically like the role, like senior versus junior versus staff. Meanwhile, consultant is more about the idea that they've been brought in to help and work with you. Okay, hang on. Let me try that again. Git commit -pm fix Gojek domains. Same slug, different domains. So one of the things that we have been talking about lately. No. Prettier. So Ben Lint and Prettier disagree about how we should handle these names with like the quotes inside them. And so every time I open the file with Prettier, they get the slashes. Every time I run Ben Lint, it takes away the slashes. It's just a mess. Let's see. While that is going and that is running, I'm gonna git push this. Looks good. I was previously working on this section right here with the event series while I was doing my iterating, but now I'm getting to the point where I kind of want to move this out. So I think what I'll do is I'll delete these. And I think what I want to do is I want to capture, like, what does it take to do a seed all here? And so I'll put this benchmark in. I don't necessarily need everything to be indented correctly. It just would make me happier. And then we'll do 4, delete that. Bring this up here. And put that there. Again, this thing that I'm doing right now is entirely unnecessary, right? Like, it's gonna work exactly the same, regardless of how I do this. It's for me. I can't help myself. 3D indent. All right, that looks good. And then this one, I'll come in here. That's 6 lines, so I'll de-indent those. Hey! I said 6 lines and I'll de-indent those. What are you doing? 6 lines and I'll de-indent. Nothing's happening. The indent? No? Okay. Oh, nothing's happening from my keyboard. Oh, hang on. You. You. That was weird. It was like VS Code got stuck for a second. All right, let me go in here. And what I'll do is I'll do bin rails c bin rails db seed all. And then this will give me the stats for the entire import. And then what we should be able to do is compare it from the beginning and the end. And let me double check that, make sure I'm doing the correct one. So refresh. Let's see. Oh, okay, so I did it with events. Just kidding. All right, let me get in here and I'll delete this again. 2DD, come down here. Yeah, all events. Put that in there. Indent that. Back up here. 4DD. So let me walk you through what some of these commands are doing. So this before is going to GC, garbage collection, and it's saying, hey, give me a stat for the total allocated objects. These are all the objects that I have in memory. So every single string, every single array, like everything that I have, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run import all on the event, and then I'm going to collect the number of allocated objects afterwards. This number isn't perfect. It's not exact. There's other things happening behind the scenes that could affect this, including foreman, which I'll go ahead and shut down right now to eliminate that. This has been lint. This is the total for this. I want events, actually. And let me save this. Yep. Off you go. So that's what this is doing, is this is giving me the before and after and the difference between them. And then right here, what this is doing is this is benchmarking to give me a rough idea of how long this took. So I have the real time, which is exactly how long it took to run this. And then I have the CPU time, which is user time and system time. And then I have my total, which is just like the total time that it thinks it spent. And like, my goal with this is not to have like perfect benchmarks or an exact idea. I just want to know that the things that I'm doing are improving things and approximately how much. Cursos de Desarrollo, welcome and hello. Let me tell you a little bit about what I'm doing today. I am working on a project called Ruby Events. Da-na-na-na. Hang on. I am working on a project called Ruby Events. Yay! We're on a mission to index all Ruby events. One of the things that we do is we store all of our event data in YAML files. And so today what I'm doing is I'm working on improving the memory and performance of that import process. It's happening inside here, which is improved memory and performance of event seeds, which is the PR that I am working on. Thank you for following Senior Cannibal 28. Welcome. Cursos de Desarrollo. What were you doing on your stream? Oh, hang on. And let me remember to give you a shout out. Yay! Welcome. All right, let's see. It's running through. So a lot of this that's happening, the like, basically the requests and everything, that is all type sense. Oh, cool. Okay, let's see. What do we get? I have allocated objects before, after, and difference. So let's go compare these. Edit. I'm gonna pop in here. I'm gonna paste this. Let's see. And let's do a comparison. So before I made any changes, we were looking at about, hang on. 100,000, 307 million. And now we're looking at about 62 million. So we're looking at about 62 million objects allocated. Oh, Cursos de Desarrollo says Linux commands. Were you learning Linux commands, teaching Linux commands, building Linux commands? All right, and now the old time taken is in real time about 285 seconds, and now it's about 104. Yay! For CPU time, it took about 105 seconds, and our total is about 105 seconds. Yay! I'm just now realizing that my CPU time and my total are the same. So that is probably what that means. Okay, and Cursos de Desarrollo says teaching. That's fun. I like that. I could stand to get better at that. All right, let's see. Okay, so the thing that I'm seeing is my CI is still failing, and it looks like it's failing in the seeds, which is pretty important. I'm gonna take a look at which one is failing exactly. Okay, so I'm still seeing that when I run dbseed all, my slug has already been taken when I'm attempting to import my sponsors. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna run this again. I'm gonna do dbseed all. I'm gonna see if I can figure out who and what is causing this issue. So I did make some minor changes in the import process. Let me take a look at that and kind of like show you what I think is causing this issue. So inside here, I made like a slight change to how this works. So what I did is I said like, hey, organization, find by name or alias, find by or initialized by, and then right here it had a save. Instead of saving, at this point, I'm assigning attributes, which means I'm just setting these values, the website, the description, and the domain. Yeah, and these values are coming from this file. But I haven't saved it. However, this was saving it before, and then there's another check here where it's like, hey, find by slug or alias, find by name or alias. It's possible that this was responsible for doing something, which I think is kind of weird. It also had an unless s.persisted, but the challenge is this s.update would have ensured that this was persisted every time we reached it. So yeah, trying to figure that part out. Jatan says, hey. The other thing I have is I have this add logo URL. So I'm thinking maybe this needs to be saved in order for us to add a logo. I'm gonna try doing that and seeing if it improves what's happening here. Here's the weird part though. This succeeds. Let me try this. I'm gonna bundle exec rakedb reset and see if I can introduce some errors. The other thing I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get myself a get status. Yeah, no, there's nothing in there that would be changing the organization. It's possible that my initial run, oh, hang on. So we have multiple databases in Ruby events because we're using solid queue and solid cache, both of which rely on databases, which means that I have to do this annoying little hack every single time. Let's see, in order to like, in order to deal with this. I basically have to disable the protections in order to reset. Go. And then it'll work. Thank you for following Turkivo. Welcome. Hello. All right, let's see. So this should be the longest that it will take, just because I've literally like reset everything and started from scratch. Right now, I'm not doing a rakedb seed all. I'm seeding just the past 6 months worth of events. Speakers, the last 6 months worth of events. And then I believe all of the meetups. There's a chance that the way that I'm doing this will affect how it imports seeds. Like maybe I need to like cancel out of this and do a dbseed all in order to trigger the same error I'm seeing in CI. but I'm not sure because this is part of preparing and setting up the database. While it's doing that, one thing I think would probably be a good idea is going in here and just kind of like saying where I have this organization save. I think it's probably worth running that here. That way, if it's a brand new record, I can add the logo URL, or I can add this. I'm not sure if the logo URL can change the organization, though. We'll find out. Let's check that out. Let's look at organization.rb, and we'll look at add logo URL. Nope, so the logo URLs do exist on the record, which means that I should be able to get away without including this. Thank you for following. iCaramba Fun. Welcome. Hello. Okay. See, this is weird. It succeeded. Okay. I'm gonna try running my bin rails db seed all again to see if I can figure out who this is. Res1Dev says new hair. Who dis? Aw, thank you. So yeah, I got my hair done before Tropical. I typically get my hair done before events. I let it go a little too much. And I didn't make it to the salon before SF Ruby, which is part of why my hair is... Part of why my hair was getting a little raggy. But yeah, I got the new color put in and it's looking cute. And I'm happy. It should stay until Blue Ridge Ruby. So my next event is going to be Blue Ridge Ruby at the beginning of May. And then after that, I think it's going to be RubyConf in July. Let me check. And so I shouldn't need to get my hair done before then, but we'll have to see. Those are all the talks, attended events. Okay, yeah. So Blue Ridge Ruby, April 30th and May 1st in Asheville, and then July 14th through 16th in Las Vegas, Nevada. Which is gonna be hot, but thankfully it's mostly indoors. John Sugar says, do you know where the main bottleneck is? Where the CPU spends most of its time? So I think what's happening, and I feel like I have evidence for this, is previously, I'm happy to go over like the changes here. Previously, we were connecting to the database and saving every single time. So like a lot of what I'm doing is literally just going into here to this s.save. And here's the thing, 90% of these records when we're running dbcdall are not getting modified. We're normally only updating 1 or 2 events at a time. At most, it's like 6. So anytime where I can say like, hey, if this record hasn't changed after we've assigned attributes to it, don't touch the database and don't save it. It's a pretty big time improvement. Like I think this one is like, and this is the one that we were just looking at. This one is about half the time because we were looking at 285 before and now we're looking at 104. So yeah, I think that's probably it. It's probably that we're doing all of them, even if they weren't changed. It looks like here, I found one though. It looks like it's in Ruby Kaigi. Validation failed, slug has already been taken. All right, so let me, sponsor, static. I'm gonna try this anyway. I'm gonna try bin rails C. Okay. I'm gonna try static sponsor. Do I have any find methods? I do. I have find methods. Oh, hello. Find by. I need slugs that match. I need slugs that match. Can I do like index by? I need slugs that match and domains that don't. So last time, I don't remember how I figured it out last time, honestly. I need slugs that match and domains that don't. It failed on Ruby Kaigi 2025. And now I know that that's where the failure happened. So if I go to Ruby Kaigi 2025 sponsor file. So here's the problem. Ruby Kaigi has like 1 million of these. 1 million of these. And I would like to search for each of these. Do you know who often causes me trouble? And Pat often causes me trouble. I'm just gonna search. I'm just gonna search for Aunt Pat. Let me see. Aunt Pat. Okay, Aunt Pat, Aunt Pat, Aunt Pat, Aunt Pat, Aunt Pat. Aunt Pat Inc. It's you! That one's supposed to be Aunt Pat. Is that it? That might be it. That's a non-unique slug, though. I feel like the problem was that we had 2 slugs that were the same, that had different... That one might be it. That one might be it, actually. Hang on. Let me try this. I would like... Thank you for following Gabrielle FPS4. So here's what I would like to do. One of the things we've been talking about for the speakers is doing a little bit of denormalization. So we do have a normalized value, and then we also have like whatever the value is. What I'd like to do is have this website value be associated with the sponsor, because at some point people are going to ask us to support like what are they called? It's like CTM medium, UTM tags. At some point, people are going to ask us to support UTM tags. And right now, we're using these, how do I put it? We're using these unique values. We're using the domain as our like unique identifying value. But as you can see, sometimes that doesn't work. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure why it worked previously. For the AntPad Inc. one, it's entirely possible that we do have like an AntPad Inc. hanging around. So let me actually check that. Organizations. Yeah, here's AntPad Inc. Here's Rails World 2025. Engineer.antpad.co.jp. Now this is weird. What happens if I go to AntPad? Oh, interesting. What? No! Y'all. The slug is the opposite. All of the examples in the file have the slug as AntPad, and the slug here is AntPad Inc. There is no way for me to know this outside of querying the production database, because at some point we decided that this was AndPad Inc. And now they're all AndPad Inc. And I know that that's what happened, but there's no way for somebody to know that if they're working locally. So there's no way for us to correct the slug. We need slugs that are accurate. We need to stop trying to calculate the slug, I think. Okay, so Ruby Kaigi 2026 still failed. I don't know if it's AndPad's fault. I don't know if it's one of these other ones' faults. Fine, I'll do bin reels. What am I bin reelsing? I am trying to find 2 organizations that have the same domain, that have different domains and the same slug. I am trying to find 2 organizations that have different domains and the same slug. All right, let's try this. And it should be a Ruby Kaigi one. Signal, Shopify, GitHub, Framework. Oh no, this is Rails. That's Rails World. Kaigi 2026. Smart HR Inc. I have one. I'm gonna do oh, what is it called? I'm gonna look for the event sponsors. There we go. Event.find by name ID. The ID here should be Kaigi 2026. No, nil. That's so rude. Slug. Yes, slug. Perfect. Okay. And I'm pretty sure this is the one that's broken. Okay, I should probably have done event equals. Okay, now event dot sponsors. Haha. Dot pluck name. Now, all I should need to do is... What? No, why? Rude? How? Come on. Badge nil created at organization ID. Organization ID? Okay, fine. I'll do event sponsors dot join. And I'll pass in my organization ID. No, I just need organizations. And then I'll pluck organization.name. Haha. Little thing. John Sugar says, can you make a unique constraint of slug and domain and make the website use some concatenation of those? I think the problem is a bad data one. So like the one I just looked at, like the domain was a different, like the GoTech ones where it was like gotech.io versus gotech.com. And then the slugs were the same. It's, ugh. Chad Dev says, you Ruby people and your pluck. I love my pluck. Except for when it does this. Rude. Oh, organizations.name. Okay, fine. Join organization. What? Wait, what? Oh! This is the one that's having trouble. Okay. And then we'll do pluck. And we'll say organizations.name. Off you go. What? No, yes. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. can't join sponsor to association named organizations. Perhaps you misspelled it. There, much better. All right, now let's go look through this. Kagi 2026. Ugh. Okay, fine. Shopify, AntPad, stores, Smart HR, Ruby development. See, they have like a bajillion of these. John Sugar says, Pluck is a Laravel thing too, therefore it is automatically goated. I see, good to know, good to know. Okay, let's see. Medley, check. Itandi, check. Komoju, check. Gajilabo Inc., check. Hakamono, check. Ivory, check. Move Inc., check. GMO Internet Group, check. AntPad was at the top, check. Shopify, check. Smart HR Inc., check. Stores Inc., check. Leaner Technologies Inc., check. Smart Bank Inc., check. Let's see. Pixiv, check. ESM Inc. ESM Inc. ESM Inc. Okay. Do I see it here? Nope. Oh, maybe that's the one. ESM. Oh! 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 That's nice. Hey, there you are. Hey! Okay. I don't know why I'm surprised this worked. This is the plan. ESM Inc. This is so rude. Chud Dev says Laravel stole it from Ruby though. Then clearly it was worth stealing. How about this? Quote star yank inner quote. Find me anybody. Little. I said, quote, star, yank, inner, quote. That means take whatever I search for next and stick it in my thing. Okay. Okay, so this is promising. This is ESM-Inc. and none of these say that. Let's see. Can I like... Yeah, you're ESM. ESM. You're ESM. Why do you do this to me? Alright, let me go over here and we're gonna search for ESM. These are... Yeah. You. ESM-Inc. I literally am going to like scream. What? What? No! Why? Hang on. What? Okay. Someone has clearly translated the Japanese into the actual thing here. Okay. ESM Inc. That's... Nope. See, this is... John Sugar, this is what I mean. It's like... I need all of my slugs to be, like, consistent if I'm gonna use them for anything useful. Okay. What is the real slug? The real slug here is ESM.Inc. That means all of you are going to be ESM-Inc. ESM dash Inc. My next, oh. One of my next projects is going to be taking all of these slugs and making them actual unique identifiers and saying like, hey, if you put it in the wrong one, it's not gonna connect to the correct one. It's gonna be like this little dangler off in the middle of nowhere. And you're gonna need to correct the data if you want it to connect. No more of this like fuzzy like... No more of this fuzziness. The slugs are correct, the IDs are correct, the data is correct. Alright, let me save this. Are any more of these not saved? You are not saved. I did not save any of these as I was going through here. Little troublemakers. All of you. There we go. I'm going to build a way to query for the correct slug value. Okay. Okay. That's good. That's lovely. Let's go through here and let's see if I can seed all of these now. Maybe it'll fail. Maybe it'll be like, nope, that's not a matching slug. We'll see. I think now that these all have the same slug, if this complains, I'm probably going to need to change the actual, code instead of changing the data. And now I'm dying. There. I'm dying on mute. Okay. Slug has already been taken. I want to be able to update the slug if any of these values are different. So inside here, I have this whole thing. Alexmir says water is dangerous apparently. Hi Alexmir. Coffee is dangerous. The coffee tried to kill me. The water is fine. Alright, let's see. So, I'm going to begin. If the website is present, parse it. Find it by domain if the domain is present. Good, I like that. At this point, we should have found the organization. Then, find by name or alias if this is not set. Okay. Then it says find by slug or alias, organization find or initialize by, sponsor name, organization assign attribute, website, description, domain. Here's the thing, at this point, these should all have the same domain. Alex Pierce says, also hi. Mike W. Hi, Mike W. Mike W says they plucked pluck. Yes, they plucked pluck. Mike W says, Rachel, I don't want to alarm you, but it looks like your headphones are leaching purple dye into your hair. It is at least a good color. Yeah, I'm glad. No, that's fine. If my headphones want to fix up my hair color for free instead of for $300, I would appreciate that. Also, hello, it's good to see you again. Yeah, I was gone for a while. I went to Brazil. It was very fun. I liked it a lot. And it was nice. Alexmir, congratulations on the 7-stream streak. I don't think you need help for that. I think that means that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Alright, so the thing I'm noticing is I don't actually update the slug here. Look, I'm assigning the website, the description, and the domain. I'm adding the logo if the logo URL is present. And I'm saying that the actual logo equals the logo if this is present and the organization's logo is blank. Okay. And then I'm saying organization.save if organization changed or new record. Then I'm taking the ID and putting it in organization ID, and then I'm going through here and I'm saying like, hey, event sponsors, find or initialized by, assign attributes, name, badge, level, save if it is changed or a new record. And then I'm saying, hey, if you're not one of the organization IDs I just processed, destroy it. And that feels correct. There is literally no here. Don't no. Yeah, where? I don't think I set the slug. I don't set the slug. Like. We find by the slug, but we don't set the slug in the sponsor. Well, and honestly, this is all event stuff. Like, it should probably be in static sponsor to begin with. Okay, anyway. How do I fix this? Without going through here and changing this, how do I fix this? I have a sponsor associated with the organization and the domain. I'm looking for website present, website. Domain.present. I have found it by the domain at this point. Does the domain have to be... No, this is a find by. This is not a find or initialized by. If I have not found it at this point, this is also a find by. This is a find by. If I don't have it at this point, I initialize by the name. All right, let me try this again. I'm gonna open this and I'm gonna do it for RubyKaigi again. Undefined local variable or method event. I'm gonna find RubyKaigi 2026. Okay, here are all of these. There's so many. Let me go in here and actually let me see if we successfully added the... What was it called again? It was called ESM. Yes, did ESM get added? ESM did not get added. Why would it not get added? Is it because the names are different? Maybe it's because the names are different. Maybe? You know what, let me... Sponsor... Event... Website description domain... And then here's where I save it. I do not save it before this point, and I only save it if it's changed or a new record. Hey, Exegete.io, nice to see you. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I come in here, come on, and I say binding.irb. If organization, what? Let me go back. Organization dot changed or organization dot new record. You know what else I'm thinking about here? How many of these are us like changing it back and forth You know what I mean? Like, how many times are we going in here and we're saying like, hey, this time the website is different, so let's change it. Okay, now let's change it back. And the thing is, it's alphabetical. So it wouldn't even, it's alphabetical, so it wouldn't even necessarily be the most recent information. It's just any case where the website, the description, and the domain are different, we're going to save it. So we could even have cases in here where we're just like changing it back and forth. Okay, I'm gonna run dbseed all. Just Modding says, hello, it has been a while. I can't even remember when. Me neither. Shall I talk about what I'm doing today? Hello, I am working on a project called rubyevents.org. Right now we're running into issues with ESM Inc. because something here is not matching the way that it used to. I am currently working on improving the memory and performance of our event seeds. The idea is that for each of these records, we only save them if it has changed or if it is a new record. For none of the ones that we're working on today will it be a new record. Right now, I am discovering that things might have changed for the organization between different runs and thinking about ways to fix that. All right, I'm going to look at what the organization in this case is. The organization in this case is Sidekick, and it has changed attributes. Yes. The changed attribute is website https sidekick.org. Interesting. In this case, I've got all of the logo URLs. I believe I'm looking at rubyconf.th is the logo URL for this one. Exadideo says warn on duplicates always a valid pattern. However, that loop is getting pretty big. I would like to do more work on these to extract some of this logic and really have the importers independent. Also, I would love it if the way we imported sponsors wasn't inside of events, but was instead inside of either a sponsor importer or the static sponsor file or something along those lines. Well, logistically, we should probably have organizations that are kind of independent from this. And so here's the big thing. We have two different patterns for many-to-many relationships here. One of those is the speaker file, right? So let me kind of like show you what this looks like. Again, all of our data is stored in YAML files, and then we load it into the database. Joe Smodding says, is this still the same project from years ago? So I joined the Ruby Events team in December. So that would have been the first time that I started working on this. Where was I? Yes. Okay. So we're in here. This is our data file. So we have two different ways of handling like these many-to-many relationships. One of them is the speakers.yaml. So this is a giant list of basically every single person in the Ruby community and the aliases for them. Sterlito says, hi Chael, happy to see your arms cleared up. Yeah, I took the temporary tattoos off. Sterling says, how are you? I had a fantastic time in Brazil. It was great. And now I'm back at things again. I have like a giant pile of like stuff to do and catch up on. Right now, though, I'm working on improving the memory and performance of event seeds so that they run faster and they work better. Okay, so here's my problem. This is our ginormous file of every single user in the Ruby community, all of the volunteers, all of the speakers, all of the organizers. And this giant file is 15,000 lines long. Sterling Div says, oh, what was in Brazil apart from you, obviously? So I went and spoke at Tropical on Rails. It was very fun. I'm gonna copy the link and drop it in Twitch chat. Boop. But yeah, I went and I talked about Docker and dev containers at Tropical on Rails. It was really fun. It was really cool. And the video is like, da-na-na-na. It's very fun. It was a really cool event. I liked it a lot. You can kind of get an idea from the little videos and stuff. It was good. Anyway, back to this. So this is one pattern. And this is obviously not ideal because now we have a 15,000 line file and none of our tooling works on it. And every time we binlint it or touch it, it does all sorts of like little stuff and I can't rewrite it. All of the like comments are gone from the to-dos. Like it's just difficult to work around. But the other pattern that we have is in our sponsor files, right? So for this one, for every single organization, and here we go. We're basically recreating the information of like, who is the name, what is the slug, what is the website. The rest of these, the logo and the badge and the level, which is like up here, all of that information is associated with that sponsorship, but name, slug, and website should be consistent for every single sponsor. And because everybody is like kind of contributing this data, it's not. And so it's hard to discover that we already have somebody with this name. And that's the other thing is like, it might not be their name. Like there might be two companies with the same name. Like the GoTech one, I literally had to sit there and be like, are these the same company? Because they don't look like it. But yeah, we're not even setting the slug here at all. In fact, we're just kind of finding it by the slug. And that's only if we didn't find a matching domain. So here I have my organization changed attributes, and the changed attribute is the website. Okay. And which event is this? I need to look at sponsor. Yeah, let me try that. Sponsor. And I'm going to do logo URL. I'm going to spell logo correctly. What do you think? Okay, let's try logo URL. Aha! Balkan Ruby! Oh! Hi, Stony Eagle. Okay, Balkan Ruby is the one that is different. So then my question becomes like, what was organization originally? So we'll do organization dot find by name or alias, and we'll say sidekick. And the domain here is sidekick.org. Where's the website? The website is https://sidekick.org. That's the same. That's the same. That's the same. That is the same. That is the same. Why are you saying that that is a different? Oh my god, it's the slash versus the not slash. I hate this. 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 I'm gonna trim trailing slashes. John Sugar says, I think you should convert the app to use a traditional Sass CRUD backend, then have a daily process that dumps the database to YAML and uploads to GitHub for the historic preservation. The YAML thing is becoming tech debt. The YAML thing is helpful. The YAML thing is useful. We just need to find some better ways to do some of these things. This trailing slash, though, is gone. Ruby trim trailing slash. I have a string like this. s.chomp. I would prefer to look at chomp. You can regex things away. Chomp. Ruby chomp. Give me 4.0.0. No, not Ruby API. The actual Ruby docs. The actual Ruby docs! Why do I have to go so far down to find the actual Ruby docs? Alexmir says, there's no trim. I believe it's called chomp. John Sugar says, you know I'm right. I don't know you're right. I don't agree with you. Let's see. What I do believe, though, is that it should be easier for me to find the Ruby language documentation. Ruby language documentation 4.0.0, and I am looking for chomp, please. Thank you. You should have shown me this. It's not chomp! Oh, you little... Fine. We'll search for chomp myself. Alright, chomp. Like string chomp, except removes trailing character from self, not from a copy of self. Returns self if any characters are removed, nil otherwise. I think I would prefer this. Returns a new string copied from self with trailing characters possibly removed. When line separator is new line, removes the last one or two characters if they are this, but not this. When line separator is this, when line separator is this. Let's see. This always returns a value, it looks like. Maybe. It sure looks like it. I'm gonna test it. Alright, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna say https://sidekick.org/.chomp. Thank you. And it kept all the other ones, which I like. Now I'm going to chomp without a terminating slash. Good. I swear. Now, let's try this again. Get out of here. This. What organization are you? App Signal? Okay, fine. What is App Signal's changed attributes? The website. /Ruby. Don't tell me. App Signal. App Signal. Well, no, that's the website. Hang on. You said the website is changed. https://appsignal.com/ruby. https://www.appsignal.com/ruby. That's the same. That is the same. Those are the same values. Therefore, that is not a changed value. These are actually the same values. You appear to be confused. Appsignal.com, appsignal.com. I wish I could have what the old attributes were. Can I find out what the old attributes were? Previous changes. Ha ha ha. Previous changes. Come on. No! You little... Alright, come on, you. Changed attributes. You don't... I need to know what they were changed from. Okay, organization dot attributes. Nope. That one is not helpful. Oh, okay. So you say the website is appsignal.com. instead of appsignal.com/Ruby. Oh dear. I'm gonna be straight with y'all. This is not good. That is not one that I can fix at this time. How many of these are there? Okay, let's try something a little bit different. This is good information, though. This is really good information, because the thing that I've just discovered is that I have been storing a different website each time. Huh. And so I keep changing it and updating it to something different. Stony Eagle says, "Oh no! Yeah. Let me try this. Organization.changed attributes. Sidekick.org. I did this. I fixed this. No. I fixed this. I saved this. I fixed this. I said you must chomp. Okay. Let's do this. Puts... Instead of doing a binding.irb, we're going to do a puts. And we're going to say... organization dot changed attributes, and then we're also gonna do, let's see, no, I'm just gonna put the changed attributes. Can I also do organization.name? Yeah, I think I should do organization.name. Okay, let's try that. And we'll put a colon here. We'll do organization.name. Yeah. Because this is going to be, like, huge pain. Yeah. So we'll do that. And then hopefully with our failure, we'll see what the changed value is, and we'll know who's running into issues. Oh, there's a lot of these. Oh, and some of them actually, like if you look at this, most of these are the website. Most of these are the website. I feel like I chomped that last character off, so it shouldn't be that anymore. But it clearly is still adding these, even though I did that chomp. Let's see. Let me scroll down here. Alright, so let's look at our failure. Oh, okay. So, GMO Internet Group has a domain of nil, a logo URL of nil, a logo URLs of nothing, a name of nil, and a website of nil. That explains why it is upset. So let's try GMO Internet Group. GMO Internet Group. GMO Internet Group. There's your website. There's your logo URL. Okay. Let me try. Huh. Are there multiple GMO internet groups in here? No. Stony Eagle says that is some quality SEO. Let me try. Domain, logo, logo URLs, name, website. Why did this... This is all caps. That's all caps. That's all caps. That's all caps. So which one is this? This is Ruby Kaigi 2025, maybe? Let me try that. This is 2026. Let me try 2025. And we'll do sponsors. Perfect. There's the website. The website is different. The logo URL is present. The slug is wrong. Interesting. This is clearly this one, though. Let me try this. I'm gonna try... Well, and what's weird is this is group.gmo. I'm gonna just try GMO. Let's see, videos, GMO internet group, flat security, GMO internet group. So they've only done this twice. And 2025 should process before 2026. Interesting. Let's turn that off. Okay, so no videos. I only want data /*/ sponsors.yaml. Let's see. So this is from 2026, this is from 2025. Interesting. And then let me go look at the real version. Search. GMO internet group. So your slug is GMO internet group, all in lowercase. So if I open this one, and I do like a delete inner quote, paste that there. The thing is that these are actually different URLs. Which might be my problem. It might be that it's taking this GMO internet group and it's trying to create a slug for it instead of using the slug that I have provided. This is group.gmo. This is gmo.jp. So let's go look at who both of those are. gmo.jp, group.gmo. Let's see, so here's GMO internet group, which is group.gmo. And here's what that one directed to, which is group.gmo. So let's take this one and we'll just delete inner quote, come over here, yank inner quote, come over here, paste that there, save it. Let me try running this again. I still want to understand, though, why this isn't working. Because I have sponsor website, and I've already chomped this slash. Is the slash going the other direction? And I'm not checking before this point. I'm literally saying, hey, when you get to this point, the website, the description, the domain that you parsed, set it. Yeah. And there's the domain that we're setting. And we already tested this. with like https://sidekick.org/ that returns that. And then we did and.chomp, and we passed in a slash, and it gave me that. So then what is the issue when we're getting into this? I'm chomping a /. The value I'm seeing is a /. Let me see. What is this? Too many of these files open. Let's see. I want dbc'd all. I mean, it's possible that it's changing the website. But right here, where it has this slash at the end of appsignal.com, that should not exist because I'm changing my attributes. Like there. Like even if, yeah, that should not exist because I'm chomping that exact slash. I'm like, is there another slash that like I'm not noticing? Because I'm checking if the attributes are changed here. This only changes the logo URL. So nothing should have happened between when we assigned the attributes in here. Let's see. Ruby Community Conference, Shopify.com. The websites on these actually change pretty often. Let me get here to the bottom. Oh, it finished! Oh, it finished! That's what that meant. It finished. Okay. Git commit -pm. I'm just gonna do -p and then I'll write it later. I don't think I'm gonna include any of this because the chomp doesn't seem to be working. And I don't want to put the puts in. So I'm gonna say no to that one. I'm gonna say yes to this one. And I'm gonna say yes to this one. Hang on, did I go with &p and ink? I'm gonna say no to this change because the rest of them are all &pad ink. Say yes to that one. I don't want any changes to speakers.yaml. Yes to my ESM ink. Let's see. I'm gonna say no to this change. What? There was a problem with the editor, VS Code. Please supply the message using either the M or the F option. Fine. Let's see. Correct domains. correct, different domains, same organization. I'm gonna say no to that one. I'm gonna say yes to all these ESM Inc. ones. Yes, 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 yes. I'm gonna say no to the AndPad Inc. one because I think I'm gonna go through and actually fix that later. And actually it doesn't matter because the slugs aren't being used. Mohammed Dev says hi there. Hello. Yeah, no for that. Yes for that. Nothing in this file. Yes for that. And then I think, no, none of this. Okay. And then I'm gonna git push. And I'm gonna see if this succeeds. I'm also very annoyed that for some reason this like... I can't explain why it's not working, which irks me. Because this should work. Anyway, I'm going to come over here to seed.rake and I'm going to start clearing away some of these benchmarks too. And I'm going to go to my gem file. I'm going to clear away my benchmarks here. Let's see. Benchmark, benchmark, benchmark. The salesman says, I'm wondering why your commit message editor is VS Code. Mostly because I like it. So you can set your Git editor in the config. Let me Git config. I think it's Git editor. No. No. Alright, let me try Git config. List. There we go. Okay, core.editor. Git config core.editor. There you go. You can list. Of course it's covered. You can decide with your config what you want your editor to be. And I like having mine in VS Code because then I can go in and I can edit it, write a whole bunch of stuff, and it's kind of nice. And I like it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's see. Here's benchmark. So I'm gonna delete that one. I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna bundle install. I'm gonna say git restore gemfile.lock. And then I'm gonna actually do the correct thing. And then let's see. Git status. Yep, that looks good. Git commit -pm remove benchmarks from seed file. So I'm gonna say yes to that. I'm gonna say no to all of this. No to that. No to that. Nothing in this file. Then I'm gonna say yes to all of this because this is just putting everything back where I found it. So yes. And then I'm gonna do a quick git status. Git status. Sweet. I'm gonna do a git push. John Sugar says, it's possible that a conf is sponsored by an org with different divisions per geographic location. That may account for differing domain. I agree. I also think that sometimes yeah. I have seen those before, yes. I think one of the things that we're trying to do right now is instead of trying to create like these unique slugs to identify these records, What we're trying to do is instead try and use the name and the slug and the domain and a lot of different values in order to assemble that. And I do think that is causing us some issues. Let me refresh this. All right, so what we should now see is that everything is here. Yep, except for this part right here. And then I did have to update some of the sponsors. This is indented too far in seed.rake. And for some reason my gemfile.lock has benchmark in it now, even though I thought I restored that. So we're gonna do git checkout -- gemfile.lock. I think I probably have to do more than -- Stony Eagle says git config -- global core.editor code -- wait! I should have done this years ago. I thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I think I posted that one back when Twitter was still a thing. I feel like there are some of these like fun tips and stuff that I probably just need to like go find and fix and put out there. I'm gonna git checkout gemfile.lock. And I'm going to origin main. No, that's not right. Updated 0 paths from this index. I only want to reset one file, and I'm trying to remember how to do that. Git reset, but just for one file. If anybody in chat remembers. Let's see. Stony Eagle says, time to make a blog article called The Little Developer Tricks That Make a Big Difference. That would be a good one. I think that would also be a good, like, short 1-minute video. Let's see. Git checkout head -- So I think I was on the right git checkout origin main, because that's my ref -- gemfile.lock. Git status. There we go. Modified gemfile.lock, and it looks like it's already staged, which is good. And then the other thing I want to do, you know what I could do? Instead of trying to like undo my changes, I could just go to this one. Not you. You! I could just go to this one. Not you. Where are you? This one. Not this one. Not this one. None of these either. Literally none of these. Let me see really quick. None of these. Not that one. This one. This file. Good. And I'm just gonna do git commit. Well, let me do a git status really quick. Good. And we'll just do a git commit -- amend -- no edit. And then we'll just do a force push. Coding with Caleb! Hi! I missed your stream yesterday. I was at Costco. Let's see. Okay. So now I can refresh this and we'll see how it goes. We can review this and kind of look at what's happened. So basically what I'm doing, so I'm saying, hey, here's the CFP. This is the event, CFPs, find or initialize by. And so I'm initializing by the link and the open date. And then I'm saying, hey, I want to assign the attributes of name and close date. Good, because the close date often changes, but the open date pretty much doesn't. And the link pretty much doesn't. And then we save it. That's good. I will say the open date might change. So that one might not be ideal. But now we only save the CFP if it's been changed or it's a new record. Next, we're gonna look at the video section. So what I did here is I took this and there was already inside of talk, which may not be the best place to put it. It might belong more with the static videos, but that's where it is right now, so that's where it's staying. I'm using that method instead. Oh no, it is in static video. Okay, that is a good place for it. Good. So now I'm saying like, hey, look at the static video, find all of the videos that are associated with this event, and then import it. Good. Now we get to the place where we kind of did the most changes, which was with the sponsors file. And I think that's because the sponsors file is a little more complicated than some of the other ones. Here I'm saying, hey, find my organization by domain if the domain is present. Good. Then I come down here and I say like, hey, find by the name or alias if I still don't have it. Find by the name, find or initialized by the name at this point. And then I say, hey, assign these attributes of website, description, and domain. Good. Then I come down here and I say, hey, add the logo URL, update the logo URL if a logo URL is present, and the current logo URL is blank. That works for me. And then I say, save it if it's been changed or it's a new record. Now, the tricky part about this one is it looks like the website keeps getting updated. And that's not ideal. I think we could probably find a better way to do that. A couple of options I'm thinking about is we move the website like to the join table, and then we just have one canonical website, the first one. Let's see. Coding with Caleb says, isn't save a no-op if it's not been changed or is a new record? You would think, but it has had a demonstrable effect on both memory and performance. So it's clearly, and I think that some of that comes just from like setting up the database connection. So yeah, it is a no-op, but it's a no-op that takes time and memory. Let's see. Stony Eagle says, I am designing an application that generates accessibility for static site generation. It uses Markdown with comments to enhance the experience but not block regular flavors of Markdown, adding support for human-friendly TTS of the page. So if you make a blog or an API documentation, you can customize each section to describe a JSON block instead of getting it to spit out raw JSON like every browser does. I want something that enhances my developer experience with dyslexia helpers. I want to be able to import a normal Markdown for any article and instantly enhance it with the accessibility features and release it as a static site to any repo. I'm utilizing all of Git as the foundation of saving, editing, copying, and so on. Oh, interesting. That sounds cool. I like that. Are you doing that on your stream as well? Coding with Caleb says, interesting. No ops taking time and memory, or a no op to me. Yeah. But I mean, to me it kind of makes sense. Like if I say save, like don't you have to like go save it in the database? Like, I don't know. But yeah, that's why I'm checking if it's changed or if it's a new record before I save. There's another one where I'm like using nested attributes and such, and that one I wasn't sure if I could get away with this. All right, let's see. Event sponsors, finder initialized by, assign attribute, sponsor save if sponsor shaved. But at this point, I'm just trying to get it to pass CI. hang on. I feel like... Oh, web console. Yeah, the web console stuff did change. Why is my web console different? Why is my web console different? What? Stony Eagle says if you click edit, it will check out and edit feature branch, and save will squash it, and deploy will push it to CI for regeneration. This sounds very complicated. I would be really curious to see what, like, the source code looks like. Now, why are you doing this to me? Okay, but this is still failing. Let me take a look. Slug has already been taken in sponsors. Okay. I feel like, hang on. Get status. I did make another change to the sponsors. Angablade says, are you working with background threads to help with performance? I just got here. Welcome. No, not yet. I do think that is something we could do. But no, not yet. Right now, honestly, I'm just working on this one part where I'm like, hey, make sure that the record has changed before we attempt to save it. And Stony Eagle says, no, I'm not doing this on stream. I like to stick with the no mercy software part and bot stuff for stream. Haha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so let me try this. Git commit -p. Well, and the other thing is, like, Matt Polito says, is this only failing in CI? Oh, hi, Matt. Okay, so, like, currently, but I'm wondering if maybe some of that is the stuff that I have here. I didn't think that the slugs were affecting it, but I can also see that I've got a change here, which makes me think maybe they are. So if we take a look at this, I'm gonna run it in the background because it does take a while to run. If I take a look at this, we've got a bunch of these that are changing, even if there are no changes to the files. I've got this assign attributes. I've got this chomp. This chomp shouldn't be affecting anything. But as we can see here, like, I've got a lot of these websites getting updated. Well, and the other weird part is some of these, like for example, this one with the smart fit, it's got this slash at the end. And my thinking is this should not be changing. Well, and also smart fit should not be setting a domain, I don't think. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna try heading over here. I'm gonna try testing this again. So here's this. Theoretically, if I do a chomp with this, it should chomp. But the fact that my attribute has changed means it didn't chomp. Like, am I crazy here? I don't think I am. Like, this is the only place I'm setting website. The whole thing is here. If sponsor website present, parse the website, host or website, public suffix parsed host, get the domain, find by the domain if domain present. At this point, all of them should just be like calling the exact same thing. Like there should be no data changes at this point. Angleblade says I usually replace most basic loops with background tasks with simple queue logic to process data faster. It's not really like, it is a little bit a faster thing, but it's also a memory thing. And I do think that we could probably do this in the background, but a lot of what we're doing here is confirming that the seeds are correct with CI. And I'm trying to make incremental changes instead of like overhauling it. So I do think that I could probably use background tasks here that would benefit us. But at the cost of introducing some non-deterministic behavior. And like right now I'm dealing with the fact that for some reason my website.chomp doesn't work. So I'm like, if I'm not able to get this working, and if I can't like Matt Polito says just debug before 388 and verify if there are changes before and after 388 and 392. Can try that. I know that's not where it is though. Let me try Roklov. Do I want to jump straight to Roklov? Oh, it's not that slow anymore. It's still a little slow when we're importing the cities and the speakers and everything else. But not as much as it used to be. Yeah, no. And see, here's the first one with the 2025. Let me try this. Let me try, instead of doing this, I'll just do, because Bulk and Ruby shouldn't have that many. Binding.irb here. And I'll just use the puts here. You know what? We'll do a puts. I'll just do a puts, and then I'll do organization dot name colon, and then we'll say what is organization dot website. I mean, it's not even like that. It's like versus because we're not even at like, I'm literally just calling sponsor website and .chomp. Anyway, let's do this for Balkan Ruby. Balkan Ruby what? Balkan Ruby 2025. Okay. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Let's try that. I'm gonna do event. Oh. I was trying to figure out which one, but it doesn't matter because I can only do by the series. Balkan Ruby. Okay, is it Balkan Ruby no dash? Matt Polito says, if you need to stop at a particular problem, it may be better to do debugger if name. That way you can play with bit with that particular entry. That's kind of what I was going for, and what I went with the first time. This time I'm tweaking it a little bit. Oh no, this is weird. This is weird. Okay, so this one matches. So this is the new one, the website one. Let's see. So this for changed attributes says the website is appsignal.com with a slash, even though we're doing appsignal.com. Let's see. We trim that, trim that, trim that. This is www versus no www. Oh, this is interesting. Is it showing me the previous value? Let's see. When I look at changed attributes, I think it's showing me the previous value. Oh. I didn't expect that. Also, it looks like Digger Video is missing their websites. Okay. Well then, why isn't it updating? Because this is organization.saved if organization changed. If I've done this chomp correctly. Okay, I think I will do a binding.irb here. Let me see. So here we're running both Ruby. No, that never opened up. Sidekick.org. Okay, no, this is weird. It didn't change it. Coding with Caleb says, is it something daft like update attributes not affecting the dirty tracking? So that is working. It is correctly identifying, but it looks like I maybe misunderstood because changed attributes is showing me the old attribute and not the new attribute. But now my thing is that yeah, hang on. I need to actually comment this one out, run all the seeds and do this again because my problem is that it's changing it away and then it's changing it back. And it didn't change it back, so this time it couldn't change it away. If that makes sense? Like something went in and changed it to sidekick.org/. So then how did it do that? Yeah. Go run your thing. Let me check this to the bottom. Now let me try and run the Roclove one with the binding.irb. So I can see like, hey, what is organization? Oh, no, not this one. No, not this one. Nope. This one. Okay. I'm here. Organization dot changed attributes. And it's got the app signal /. So if I look at the organization dot website, it does not have the /. Okay, and if I look at the sponsor website, nil? What do you mean nil? What do you mean nil? Sponsor website. Sponsor website. Why would being nil mean that you would add a /? Oh, quotes. Thank you, Matt Polito. I think I passed a symbol. Yep. Got rather riled up with that one. Okay, so this is what I don't understand. No. This makes sense. If I do organization dot find by Then I pass name, app, signal. And I do website. The website has a slash. Yes. The old value is slash. Therefore, changed attributes has a slash. The thing I don't understand is how we ever set website with a slash if everything I am doing is chomping. Because if I go in here and I grab this value and I chomp it, Coding with Caleb says it's intended that changed attributes holds the old value. That's fine. Totally fine. Totally legit. How did it get the old value if I run chomp quote and it stores that? Where did that come from? Is what I am wondering. Who? How? How? Stony Eagle says, is it the ampersand? That only applies if it's nil. I mean, it's not like I can do nil and chomp. And suddenly get, or even that. Coding with Caleb says we read the record, which had the value with a slash, updated the value, and have yet to save it. So it's from when we first read it, or maybe I'm not understanding which case. Sorry for being a Muppet. Well, and see, here is the thing. We've run this multiple times with the chomp. So at this point, I mean, even if we were reading the organization, it would have been updated by now. And as I said before, we're not setting the website anywhere else that I know of. Let me try that. Is there any other place that we are setting the website? This is the website for the event. Yes, this is the event. This is fetching the website. This is all me again. And now we're back here. Let me try binding.irb if organization dot website. And this is not even necessarily what I am supposed to be looking at or working on. Anyway. Actsignal.com/. It's just irking me. Because I do not know why it works and why it does not. Alright, quit. Exit. And see, if I run Balkan Ruby again, it's gonna have the correct one because it's saved with that one. I import the cities, I import the speakers. Well, and this again is not going to tell me how it was set to that. I would like to stop the URLs from being set back and forth, though. I do think that is probably slowing down our seeds a bit. Okay, and this all successfully processes. Anyway, get status. Matt Polito says, sanity check. Can you go into the console and modify the record directly? It almost feels like you're running in a sandbox mode that is rolling back the changes. I can guarantee I am not running in a sandbox mode that is rolling back the changes. I can go into the console and change it directly, though. Organization dot find by. Well, and that's the thing is, oh no, this is weird. It just ran, and I think it's now the thing. Hang on. Puts organization name, organization website versus sponsor website. There weren't any like this. Is that the right one? Hang on. Okay, let me do bulk and Ruby again. No, it didn't run. No, it didn't. Ah, this is weird. Okay. Ah, here it is. Avo, sidekick. App signal, www.appsignal.com. Is this the problem? And see, it's got the slash again. It got that slash back. Okay. This is www. Well, and again, this doesn't really... Let me try this. I'm gonna put this after. And then this is gonna be if organization dot website is not equal to sponsor website. I'm gonna run this again, and it's gonna tell me that everything was fine. Yes, it's gonna tell me everything was fine. And then I'm gonna db seed all. I can guarantee I'm not running in a sandbox mode because I run these seeds all the time, and they don't have a sandbox mode. App signal. How would... Okay, here we go. Hang on a second. Hang on, is this the UTMs? Okay, so that got updated to appsignal.ruby. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. And I'm gonna say dot chomp. No. That kept appsignal.com, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let me try appsignal/Ruby. That one doesn't make sense either, but I'll try it. Ruby. No, both of those kept the things. Ah! Where did you come from? Where did you come from? Ugh. Matt Polito says I gotta run and mow the lawn, give the dog a haircut. Good luck. Bye. Thank you for dropping by and saying hi. Good to see you again. Okay. Somehow, I don't know how, because I've just run the chomp on both of these, and neither of them produced it. This says organization.website equals this. Neither of the app signals here are that, though. Let me see. Organization.website. Clearly, the organization website is appsignal.com. When we initially called this, right here, organization.website was /Ruby. Stony Eagle says that's what Cotton Eye Joe always wants to know too. Yeah. Okay. Organization website here is Ruby. Sponsor website and .chomp / Are we doing something to the website after we assign the attribute to remove parameters? Organization models. Let me see this. Website. URL normalizable. Find my name, find by slug or alias, organization image path, organization image or default 4, image 4, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Has many, validates name, presence true. Ensure unique logo URLs. Okay, that's fine. That's not me. Wrapped card horizontal. I want to look at this URL normalizable. Return if URL.blank. URL.strip. HTTPS value unless values start with HTTP or HTTPS. URI.parse. Query nil. Fragment nil. 2s. URL invalid error. Normalize URL. Normalize URL string. Stony Eagle says we should ask the cat. I think I found my troublemaker. I think it's this URL normalizable. Come here, cat. Hi, come here. Oh, bye, cat. Where are your treats? Urgh. Come on, cat. You have to come over here for them. Come on, cat. She did not like that. Pop, and you do. Stone Eagle says, oh, 2 for the price of 1. No. Okay, so here's what I think is happening. I think that this normalized URL string is stripping out the query for our UTM param, which makes sense. And then I think that this URI2s is responsible for actually storing the value. Coding with Caleb says Pearl! And so what I'm thinking is that maybe it doesn't matter if it ends with a slash or not a slash. Maybe it gets stored the same regardless. You like closing tabs? If that's the case, then I don't need my little slash removey bit. But if that's the case, then it shouldn't be... Here's the part that confuses me. You closed everything, cat. Here, you can eat some treats. Cloning with Caleb says, what sort of awakened abilities would Pearl have? she would create a giant, like, cloud of cat fur that attacked her enemies. It would be poisonous. If I select a URL in the browser, it copies it with trailing slash even though it's not in the address bar. So here's what I'm kind of thinking. Organization. URL normalizable. Turn on caps locks too. This is normalize URL field. Normalize this field with URL. Normalize URL string. When does it do this? Like, I'm gonna go to this because it's registering as a change when I import this. Like, I'm assigning the attribute to website, and then down here it's registering it as a change. Coding with Caleb says URL 2s doesn't seem to have a trailing slash if the source is a trailing slash. Let's try poking around with that. Organization dot website equals, and I'm gonna say that's https://www.appsignal.com question mark UTM param equals yes. And I'll just do yes. Okay. And now if I do organization.website, it's been normalized to appsignal.com without a slash. And if I do with a slash, okay. Okay. And then if I do organization.website. Okay. 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 Stony Eagle says, don't you have any helpers for logging things or what Laravel has called die and dump? Yeah, we have plenty of loggers and stuff like that. I'm just poking. I'm just doing my thing. I'm gonna do URI.chomp quote, and I'm gonna do it here. I wonder how much faster this is gonna be. Then I delete this. I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna put puts. And I'm gonna say organization.name if organization.changed. Yeah. I know I'm not dealing with any new records right now. Caro, I am working on a project called Ruby Events. Did that work? Yeah, it worked. Good job, me. All right. Let me get in here. Quit. No, quit. Get out of there. Exit. I'm gonna run DBC doll. Let's see. Oh, you didn't like that. I thought I did a... Oh, I need to save. I need to do the toString thing. Hang on. URL normalizable. I. You know what? I'm just gonna take this and put it there. Boop. Yeah. It's a 2S. It has to be a string. Okay, let's try that again. That's looking good. That's looking good. That's looking good. I'm not seeing any of those puts in here. I'm not seeing any of those puts in here. Did we? I have it. Maybe I wouldn't notice. Maybe I wouldn't notice. Organization dot changed attributes. Maybe. So Eagles is nice. It's that thing where you're like, I don't. Oh, here it is. Here it is. There they are. Haha. I just didn't see them. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. There we go. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Okay. This is good. 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 Can we normalize for www versus no www? Because I bet that's what this is. I don't have any, like, ending slashes. And see, here we can even see it. Here's HTTPS versus no www. Let me try that. Hang on. Event URL normalizable. Unless values start with this. Can I just strip out wwws? Do I want to? I do this, yeah. Strip query preamps and fragment identifiers. Stony Eagle says replace https://www with https://. That's what I'm thinking about doing. This kind of does the opposite though. This is URL URI.parse. Coding with Caleb says wwws can't be normalized safely. Whether there is a subdomain or not can't be assumed. That's what I'm kind of like. Well, I think if there isn't a subdomain, it automatically directs to www. Let's see. URI parse www. Ruby. Yay! Yay! This time I got it first. Okay. Let's see. Scheme, host, path, query, fragment, 2S. Register scheme, scheme list, class tree. Let's see. Decode, URI component, decode form component, encode URI component. Let me see what we're actually using here. We parse. We nil the fragment in the query. And then we just do 2S. Let me try this. Fragment. And there's query. Coding Eclipse says most websites do have both, where one directs to the other, but if I set up my DNS to only have a www subdomain, accessing just Caleb Owens would fail. I think I remember setting that up for my site. So for some of these, we might just have to go through and like fix them so they all have the www, or they all don't. We keep upsetting the URL back and forth. And for this one, we're updating the domain to Cookpad, which is not great. Bit.ly Cookpad jobs. See, this is... Now we've decided that the domain for Cookpad is Bit.ly. That is not ideal. Head request to check, maybe. Domain is Nexmo. Website is developer.nexmo.com. And honestly, bit.ly/cookpad jobs, they're probably doing URL tracking on that. But obviously, Cookpad's domain is not bit.ly. And it looks like this is actually two different ones. No, these are both Bright and Ruby. Well, and here's my other question. If I run this locally, do I have multiple cookpads now? Stony Eagle says, you can follow redirects. Do I really want to follow redirects in my seeds? I thought the whole point was for this to be faster. That's pretty fast. All right, I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna look at localhost. And I'm gonna see if I've managed to introduce. I mean, maybe the solution here is just not to modify sponsors. I've been thinking that a refactor to sponsors would be beneficial anyway. Stony Eagle says, I thought the point was to get correct data. So it is to get correct data. And I think some of this we can do, but if I go take a look at Cookpad. Yes, Cookpad. I now have two Cookpads. I have Cookpad, cookpad.com/UK, and I have, let's see, Cookpad Inc., which is cookpad.careers. Let me check this in production. We're gonna go to organizations and we're gonna search for Cookpad. Okay, I have two Cookpads here too. I have cookpad.com/UK. And then I have Cookpad Inc., cookpad.careers. It looks like for the Kaigis, they typically use Cookpad careers. And then over here, yeah, for all of the UK ones and for the Rails worlds, they're using cookpad.uk. None of these are mapping to the Bit.ly one, and that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. Because let me look. To be frank, the fact that it's not mapping is a little bit weird. Let's see, here's importing the event, here's importing CFPs, import videos, import sponsors, return unless imported, return unless event.sponsorsfile.exists, require public suffix, organization IDs, sponsorsfile.each, tiers, sponsors, etc. I go in, I parse my website, my host here is bit.ly. Organization find by bit.ly, nothing, hopefully. Organization find by name or alias. Cookpad found. Okay, so we find it there. Website and shop. Yeah, I don't think, Well, I don't think I've really... I don't have to fix everything in one PR. Let's stick with that. I don't have to fix everything in one PR. And it probably would be good for me to go through some of these and find all of the examples and the actual solution to this. Yeah. I don't have to fix the WWWs today. We just keep we just, as we are iterating through, update, unupdate, update, unupdate. Oh God, we're nailing the description too, aren't we? Yeah, we nailed the description. Because here's type sense with the description, and here's type sense with the description, and okay. I don't have to fix everything today. A lot of this is how it already was. This is good information. I have collected information on what is happening. I understand what is happening better. I understand why I'm going through unnecessary iterations. That is something that I can solve on another day. Git status. Okay. We're going to do a git commit dash PM matching slugs. I'm just going to do git commit dash p. And I'm going to say yes to that. I'm going to say no to that. And then I'm going to do the and pad one separately. It kind of drives me nuts that the actual slug is and pad inc. None of these. Okay, and that's fine. Git commit dash PM chomp ending slash to better normalize URLs. Yes. No. No. D. Git commit dash PM all and pad slugs are the same. No. Yes. It drives me nuts that they don't match production. Okay, git push. Alright. I'm gonna push this. I'm gonna see if this successfully works. And if it doesn't, then I guess what I'll do is I'll go back and I'll rake dbseed and run it again from scratch. Because that's my understanding of what should be happening here. I do find these web console changes a little bit weird. They should be in main. I mean, even just some of these, like the videos and the slugs and everything, should be good. I almost kind of want to like describe this somewhere. Let me see. Yeah, let's describe it here. A future area for improvement. Fricane says, is it a game or a site? So I'm working on a site. That site is called rubyevents.org. Yay! We're on a mission to index, oh, nope, not that one. This one. We're on a mission to index all Ruby events around the world. Fricane says, I mean, are you working on a game or a site? A site! This is the site! This is the site that I am working on! Let me see. Bloop! There's a little blurb. Alright, let me see. Okay. Yeah, so we'll see if that passes. A future area for improvement. Fricane says, and what is this site for? We're on a mission to index all Ruby events! Yay! So the idea behind this is that we're tracking all of the events that are happening around the world. Yeah. So these are all of the upcoming events that are happening in Ruby that are like conferences that we are aware of. Right now we're working on capturing a few more of the Japanese conferences, so we don't have all of those yet. But then we also track... Let me go to the archive. All of the past Ruby conferences that have happened as well. So we've got all of those. And then we've also got some meetups. Fricane says, and hope you do some 3D stuff too. It's kind of cool. I do not. I'm not sure how I would do that. It's kind of, I don't know. How would I, like 3D modeling? Yeah, I don't know how I would do any 3D modeling here. Okay. So, a future area for improvement. We keep swapping from https://www.sponsorname.com to Fricane says, damn, okay, I thought you used some Unity and Unreal stuff, but okay. I think you might have confused me with somebody else. So I am a software engineer and I do open source development with the Ruby on Rails programming language, which is, well, Ruby is the programming language and then Rails is the web framework. But when I look at coding, so my brain stops braining. That happens to a lot of people. I definitely felt like my brain was not braining when I was trying to figure out what was happening with that extra slash earlier. Right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to improve the memory and performance that we use when we import all of the events that we store in YAML files into our database. So right now I'm kind of describing one of our issues, which is we keep swapping from https://www.sponsorname.com to https://sponsorname.com. Yeah. So we're doing a lot of unnecessary database updates. Stunny Eagle says, writing code is a never-ending puzzle. You have to love the puzzle solving to become a programmer. I would agree with that. So a future area for improvement, we keep swapping from this to this, so we're doing a lot of unnecessary database updates. Maybe we move the website to the event organization sponsor table. And then have a domain or select the first website for their organizations table. Maybe we move the website to the event organization sponsor table and then have a domain or select the first website for the organizations table. That could work. Or a major data cleanup effort. Maybe. Fricane says, I love VFX and 3D modeling all the time, but I also enjoy talking to developers because they got some cool ideas and concepts. Oh, thanks. I like watching people do 3D modeling too. There have been a couple of different streamers. I'm trying to remember what his name was, but he had like a skull logo that was purple, and there were like spiders crawling across his screen, and he would do like the different custom like vector graphics and stuff like that. Fricane says, can I see some of your own sites? Yeah, so I am an open source, like, I don't know, like, what do you, like, this would be, yes, maybe. An uglier version, like, this is my website also, is chill.codes. But yeah, I am part of the Ruby events team, like, this is my site. Oh, unless you're talking to Stony Eagle. Fricane says the logo you can see like my profile picture. It's my 3D logo, the green one. Got it. Wait. Very fun. I like the purple pixel one. Oh, the cat? That's my friend. So my friend made a whole bunch of like emotes and pixel art. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go see if that passed CI. Or a major data cleanup effort. Perhaps during a refactor to sponsors. No! Why do you keep failing? Slug has already been taken. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through here. That's 3 days ago. That's pretty normal. Cookpad, my GISTs. I'm gonna copy this one again. I'm gonna reset the database. And then I'm gonna stop when it's doing the speakers, and I'm gonna seed from the base. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop during the speakers. And then I'm going to binrails db seed all. So my thinking here is that maybe it's starting from an actual clear version of the database instead of like a partially imported one. Fricane says it was a pretty bad day for me because today my Blender just crashed about the lighting and I'm just re-downloading it and I gotta work on it again, all the add-on settings and stuff. That's frustrating. Yeah, it is very challenging when your setup is like all broken. But I'm done with the spaceship animation before that crash. Oh, that's good. At least you finished like what you were working on. I was not expecting this one to have as many issues as it has. I think if this one passes, I'm just gonna have to go back in and like put the previous lines back. Maybe even just like resetting that sponsor import. This spot where you can see it creating a whole bunch of users, that I'm like 90% sure is all of our volunteers and organizers and such. So yeah. Exegideo! Thank you so much for the resubscription. 36 months. That's 3 years. That's huge. That's a very, very long time. Thank you. Let's see. So this is gonna take a while. Oh, yay! It failed. Good. Yes, this is what I want you to do. You failed for RubyConf.th. I'm gonna put this back. Puts. Okay, so we're gonna capture it if organization dot name. You know what I'm actually gonna do? Hang on a second. I've got a better way to handle this. I'm gonna do a rescue. Hang on. Is it like let me search this. Rescue. I should have done this before. Let me spell rescue correctly. Here it is. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. This is something I was kind of working on before and didn't finish. Basically what I wanted to be able to do was to call this whenever there was an error and then report it, but Exedidio says, how's the Uber loop going? It, I mean, kind of the same place we were in when we started. Yep. That is accurate. Yep. So, let me just try this again. Freaking says, okay, I think I gotta go, but it was nice talking to you. Bye. Thank you for stopping by. Stony Eagle Goat says, have you been clicking that Prime sub button for 36 months in a row? Because that is dedication to the cause. Exedidio says, no, not quite. Just, I don't watch enough to be worth spending money. My heart, it breaks. All right, let's see. Backtrace Cleaner is so good. I discovered that as part of like figuring out how this thing works. It's very cool. Okay, slug has already been broken. Validation failed. Organization Bangkok RB. Haha. Interesting. Okay, so the organization here is Bangkok RB. It's the static event. Well, I know it's Bangkok RB, and now I know it's RubyConf.th. So let me search. Let's see. Bangkok RB. Hang on. Am I misspelling it? Oh, Bangkok RB. Bangkok RB. Let me open this up. Let's see. Organization, Bangkok-RB. Well, this is what's kind of interesting. None of these are Bangkok-RB. All of these. All of these are Bangkok RB with no dash. Like, okay. and all of them are identical. Okay. And you say slug has already been taken. My guess is this has something to do with an involvement. Exidudeo says, is it normalizing out the dot somewhere, especially into a slug? Exidudeo says, I only watch like an hour of Twitch a week if I happen to catch your stream. I get it, it's fine. Just gonna turn on Ad Manager. I'm teasing. Okay, here's what I think is happening. I think there's an involvement here. And I think that involvement, not you. Not you either. Not you either. This one. I think the slug for this one is generating with a dash. And I think I have a way to figure that out too. Okay, so we're going to do organization.findBy name. And I'm going to look for Bangkok.rb. Nil. I'm going to look for the slug. Bangkok RB. Yes! Excellent. Excellent, excellent. And it looks like this is coming from Ruby Tuesday. Yep. Rugmat redeemed. Cat attention time! Hello, Rugmat. I don't know if the cats are gonna come up. I have treats. Ruby, Pearl, I have treats. They're really like... I don't have them anywhere in the room. They like napping more than they like food now. Hi, Rugmat. Is your... Oh, you have a NASA thing from watching the NASA launch. I thought for some reason your image had become NASA. Okay. This is failing now. The domain is the same. I don't want to change the slug back and forth because the slug is the URL slug. I have a feeling that the organization Bangkok RB existed before. Let me try organization. Search. And it's Bangkok-RB. Rugmat says, no, my image is a circle drawn around the Windows B-sod sad face to make it into a happy face. Very cute. I like that. Okay. I have an idea. The slug here is clearly this. The slug in there is clearly that. We need to get this to find the slug like it used to. And I don't know why this is the case. I don't, but I'm going to try putting this stuff back. Let me see. Because this used to be a find or create by. No, not you. Not the CFP stuff. The CFP stuff can stay. This one changed. I used to find or create by event and then update for that. That's fine. This is all fine. This section changed. I say S organization find by slug or alias unless s.persisted. And I took that out. The frustrating thing is this is s.update. S would have to be persisted. Why are you this way? Okay. Or equals. And the other thing I did is S is now organization. Organization. Find by slug or alias. Organization. Thank you for following Zephyr Rockster, and thank you for following Chris Capella. Welcome. All right, so we're gonna bring this up. Quit here. Hang on, I was using this one. If this fixes it, there's a chance I will scream. Go find it by the slug or the alias. Well, it's not going to find it by the slug. Let's see. Well, and the weird part is I've already done this. I've already said, hey, what's the sponsor name? Oh, hang on. This needs to change too. Hang on. That's not going to work. Well, and that's actually an interesting use case now that I think about it. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, no, wait. That line did get executed. That line did get executed. That line did get executed? I don't... that line did get executed. Okay. Executed says, are we blaming our single-digit variable names? Apparently... Okay, I'm gonna add a comment to this line so that we understand what this is for. Unless organization dot persisted. Weird as heck. Okay, use this to set the values of an organization. If it was created via a... But this is so weird. Because then how am I going to update the website in the description? Anyway, use this to set the values of an organization. Use this to find the organization. Unless organization got persisted. If I initialized the organization, then I want to find it by the slug or the alias. But I already tried that! Okay. I think I do actually need this line. Use this to find the organization if it was first created through an involvement. Maybe. Exitidio says, so it goes and finds those only if the organization is not saved. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? That's weird. And it... uses organization slug. Uses organization slug. This is so hard. Where do we set the slug? Here's sluggable. We set the slug. It's the attribute name, auto suffix on collision false. So we slugify the name. We slugify the name. And then we're trying to find it based on the slugified name. Exidideo says, would flipping the unless to an if make it more readable? No! It'd still be weird. Use this to find the organization's first created by the enrollment. Use this to find the organization by slugified name if it was first created through an involvement. Why would I not just slugify the name? Right here and be like, okay, I found the organization. Now let me assign the attribute. I just want to use the values that we set. Exidideo says, what happens the first time a new organization is created, like 186, or was it 386? So here's the trick. We can create organizations in two different ways. We can create organizations using involvements, which means that they help to organize an event, or we can create an event. It didn't work. It didn't work. Slug has already been taken. It didn't work. That makes sense because we're trying to find it again. Exidideo says, line 386, sorry. We're trying... It just... So when I say we create it through an involvement, I can show you this is all that we have on the involvement. We have an organizer with an organization, Bangkok.rb. Now, because this is data Bangkok.rb, which is a B and is early, it happens very early in the process. So it gets created without pretty much any values at all. Like, it's literally just a name, right? And so we're trying to map to that name. And it's not finding it. And if we look, not the videos, not the event, not the event. Part of it is that some of them are capitalized and some of them are not. The thing is, I don't want to have clean data for my seeds to successfully find the correct item. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get the original version of this, and I'm going to start taking things out a little bit slower. I think that's the best way to do this. Let me try overview, diffuse, split. So I'm gonna come over here. That's fine. This is the same. That's all the same. That's the same. Okay, so this is the first place where I start breaking things. Update. Yeah. So let's change that. Instead of in assign attributes. Well, and part of me, no, because the seeds are working in production. Update. Okay, so that's going to be an update. This is just going to be a, let's see. I'm going to keep this. I set my logos. Delete that. Delete that. I do my search. Organization equals find by slug or alias unless persisted. Then I do... Wait. Oh, this happens after the logos. Okay. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. I'm gonna keep this organization change to organization new record. I don't get this. Hey Bill says, what is that browser? That is Opera. Are there any saves that I'm missing? No. No, there are not. I don't get this. This should be almost identical. Exitideo says update saves, right? Yes, it does. I'm hoping that that does something that allows this to pass. It's almost no changes. And yet, for some reason, we have made it past Ruby Tuesday. And I don't understand why. And I haven't made it past Ruby Tuesday. Okay. RubyConf TH, Bangkok RB, validation, slug has already been taken. 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 I don't understand. Unless it has to do with the changes. That I made to involvements? I didn't make any changes to involvements. No, this is weird. Let me try this. Git status. Git commit -pm. Try to remove more changes. So seeds pass. Yes. I mean, I don't like the new line, but I'll fix that later. Yes. None of these. Git push. Then I'll go fix that new line. None of this makes any sense, because at this point, it should be functionally the same. Yeah. Here, delete this. Exodus says CFPs don't seem like they collide. They would not. It's possible that... No, I don't know. Because CI passes in production. Exudio says, is it possible that update is failing? What does update do if validation fails? Update could be failing, but again, like I am slowly paring back literally any difference between these. At this point, I think it's just a rename. Like we have organization, 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 organization. This is new. I can delete that. But also that wouldn't do anything because I just ran update. Hang on, did I push? Hang on, did I push? Yeah, I pushed. Okay, so then let's try and trim some of those out. Let's see. I start with website present, organization.save after the organization.update. Nope, that doesn't exist. Okay, so you're just not refreshed. Let me mark that viewed. That's all good. Okay, organization, 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 organization. Good. Slug has already been taken. Okay, so this organization.update does not error. So I think that one fails. This one fails. Okay. Other thing. Hang on. This is not what I have locally. Locally, I don't have this saved. Locally, I go straight into the add logo URL. And then I go into the organization equals blah, 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 which is what I'm supposed to do. And then I do organization.save. Annoying. Git push. Git status. Git status. Git commit -p updates to make. Now let me do a git add -i. I want to patch add. And I want to patch add just static event. What? I thought I added all of this. Yes. Okay, I guess that's done. Git commit -pm. Align So Exegete.io, when you said, is it possible that update is failing? What does update do if validation fails? It looks like that is it. I think update does fail, and when update does fail, we go and we search for the organization again, which is a very weird way of doing things. Git commit -pm. Align reverse changes to sponsors. D. I don't want any of those. Okay. Push. Move here. Refresh. I do like these GitHub annotations. Exedio says to go to definition on update work in VS Code yet. I mean, update is update. It's in Rails. Let me see. I turned a bunch of like Ruby LSP stuff off. Add file to chat. Open inline chat. Change all occurrences. I've got refactor. Nope. I don't have anything in there that would get me the definition. Alright, let's see. CFP stuff is good. Static video stuff is good. All of this is just renaming organization at this point. I do only save it if there's a change, though. And that should be an improvement. Though not to the same degree. Exideo says, ah, boo, I abused the heck out of jump into Rails code. There is an update if you want to see if update is feeling. No, I'm good with this. Honestly, at this point, I just kind of want it to, like, pass CI so I can get at least these changes in. And then I think the better solution is to kind of go through and figure out what we can do about those slugs. Like, maybe we just remove the slug field. Like, if we're not going to let... Like, if slug is not unique, if slug is not one of those, like maybe we just remove it? Because we're not setting it. We're not using it. Exideo. Slugs ruining gardens since before Betty White. Yeah. Because we're going through here and we're finding by slug or alias. But in reality, what we're doing is we're finding a match for organization name that's been normalized. But the organization names aren't necessarily that normalized. Honestly, what would be really nice is a method that would go through and find what the slug is supposed to be for me. One of the things that I haven't figured out a solution for yet is I need a way to set some of these values by a human but programmatically. So what I mean by that is I want a human to be able to say, like, I am setting the address, but then I kind of need something to execute like a geocode task and give me the correct values for that. And then theoretically update the YAML with the correct values. In this case, it would be something like, hey, I have the name for this sponsor. Can you give me the sponsor slug, and the sponsor whatever? And that would be based on, like, querying it or whatever. But I don't want a bunch of scripts, because if I have a bunch of scripts, then it's hard to, like, index what they are and where they are. And I can't rely on people having AI, because an easy thing to do would be to be like, okay, just use an MCP tool, right? But again, I can't rely on them having that. Another place where I'm struggling this is with, like, Google Maps versus Nominatim and with YouTube. So with YouTube, we're using the YouTube API in order to pull, like, the video ID and stuff like that. But then I can't rely on them having the ID key. Exideo says Rails generators, Rails G organization name, whatever. So I have been working on the generators. And there's quite a few of those. There's a couple of challenges, one of which is that parsing and setting YAML without losing values is kind of a pain. And the other of which I recently discovered in watching someone work with it. For some of these, it's really simple, but for other ones, it's kind of like stepping through the generator and setting all of the values is kind of painful and ugly. Maybe I need something that, like, goes through each of the options and asks the person, but then you kind of feel like you're just filling out a form instead of actually, like, writing something or making something. And editing a YAML file is, like, super easy, right? So, like, let me kind of, like, so if I open up, here's RubyConf Thailand. If I open up, like, a YAML file and all of these are, like, to-dos, you can fill out each of these fields, right? And that feels really simple because you're just going in here and you're editing and everything. But then I kind of need another layer where I'm like, hey, what are the coordinates? The location, that should really be like a city and a state, you know? And well, maybe this one's a bad one because it's canceled, but like all of this stuff, like when were the videos published? What's the start date? What's the end date? What's the channel ID? How do I set these values? What's the website? Like, it feels simple, but then it's almost like I want to be like, hey, fill this out, and then I'll go over this and I'll modify just a handful of the values. And maybe that is what I'm looking for. Maybe I'm parsing, finding the differences, and G-subbing values. That's an idea. That's an idea. That's an idea. That's not even a bad idea. That could work, maybe. Maybe I go through my list of options, see if that's present in GSub. But then that doesn't work for videos. That only works for events. Because for the videos, I need to be able to say, hey, here is the one event that I am modifying. I'm only going to swap out values for that one video. I don't know. Each of them... The generators just aren't, in practice, working out the way that I hoped that they would. There's a lot here that's more complicated than you would expect. But let's see how this went with CI. No, it still failed! Ah! At least this time we have annotation, so it tells me who failed. She said. Oh, interesting. No speakers updated. All runs successfully. Well, what failed? I imported my events and series. Events processed. Went out, what? What failed? Ah! Let me open this up. Do you tell me what failed? No. You don't tell me what failed. Okay, 1 run, 3 assertion, 1 failure. Okay, expected false to be truthy. All runs successfully. Exudio says, random thought, could you do this to GitHub issues? Someone opens an issue, use AI to get the details, fill out the YAML, and then open a PR with the new values. That is a great question. I really love it. Because yes, I have been doing that. Not quite the way that, like, add artificial Ruby events. Is this, oh, that's issues. Okay. Whew. All right, let me go in here. Well, I'll just label this one really quick as content. Okay. Let me go to the closed ones. So the generators for the AI ones are not actually like, here we go. So like this is a really simple one, but with this one we're adding the CFP to RubyConf. So RubyConf is looking for people to be part of their community day. And so I literally just said like, hey, add this. But then it took out the documentation, which is pretty rude. And it didn't add the spacing that I wanted. It took out the spacing. And I'm pretty sure it didn't actually use the generator. Yeah, used MCP, not generator, lost comments in white space, replace MCP guts with generator. But I've done some other ones. Exudio says, rude. Yeah, exactly. But if I go through here we go. So here's one where we added talks for RubyCon. So this was literally like, I listed out all the talks, the kind, the title, the speaker, and none of this is like predefined. Like, it doesn't necessarily know how that works. And so it was able to do that. And so I think for the robots, that's fine. And I think for the robots, the generators, especially with new files, are okay. Mutations, I think I could get away with the robots. But I'm also starting to think more about human contributors. Because it's one thing to have the robot, like, build the thing. But what I need is human information. You know, I need to know, who is this person? When did this event happen? What is the schedule? Did the schedule get updated? Did this speaker like drop out? This speaker's in. That information is held with people, and I need to make people feel good about contributing. And if it's too simple, or if it feels too little like coding, then it loses that good feeling. You know what I mean? And so I'm trying to find ways to handle the sucky parts. The like, oh, I need to geocode this. Oh, I need to slugify this. Without AI and for people. Exodidio says, can the AI not ask back into the issue? Speaking of, I should see if there are still RubyConf tickets. There are still RubyConf tickets. They're expensive. Blisteringly so. But I'm gonna be there. It'll be nice to see you. I'm definitely gonna be at this one, not like with Blast Off. It's yeah. Test. What is this that's failing? Oh, I updated this. Foreign key constraint failed. Exodude says, oh dear Bob, that's expensive. Yes. Yes it is. Yes it is. I do think that that is hurting them, yes. And those are the early bird tickets? Yeah. Okay, so I need my organization test. Organization test. I can at least fix that one really quick. Let me see. Example.com. Example.com. Should strip fragment from website. Okay. Should prepend HTTPS and strip params if missing scheme. Ba-doop. That one should be good. Hungry Hippo says, I've missed out on so many conventions because I can't afford to spend an entire month's rent on a convention. Yeah! Exodidio says, Vegas is close enough to drive, but still, it's... Yeah. I really can't, like... I still think that it'll be a good event, but it's expensive. It's real expensive. I don't know. And companies aren't as eager to pay for them anymore. It's... Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Well, and the thing is, like, all of that is related to how much it costs to put on the event. Hungry Hippo says, except one of the React conventions, they had it free for remote attendees. I wish there was more of that. Well, the thing is that basically all of the Ruby conferences, like 90% of them, they all put their videos up on YouTube afterwards. So like, what is it? So essentially it is free for like, let's see. Yeah, all of these are up. And this was like, what? This was March 13th. So like they've all released the videos afterwards. Exodidio says, I'll see if work can pick up part of that with our CE budget. I'm only going for the hallway track if I go. It's a good program. It is a good program. Like, we haven't released it yet, but Hungry Hippo says it is free, but it hits differently than seeing it live. Yes, but also, like, I feel like with the remote events and seeing them virtually, it's kind of hard because you're not actually, like, I don't know, you're not actually there, so it's hard to, like, connect and, like, make connections and talk to people. So yeah, I wonder if there's a way to be like a way to, like, give that community aspect. Exodidio says, I'm sure there are folks speaking I may go support, but your Discord is like 90% of my network. It's expensive, but it would be nice to meet you. But yeah, it is expensive. Like, yeah. Oh, Hungry Hippo says, I think the React one was streamed on Twitch. That's why it was fun. You had chat to interact with. That's huge. Yeah, we did that for a little bit. Hang on. Let's see. So I used to be part of this group who was doing, like, Ruby Galaxy and stuff. And let's see. Let's look at all of them. And so for a little while, what we were doing is we would, like, bring these talks in and we would, like, literally have them on Twitch. And then the videos were released on YouTube. Hungry Hippo goes, RubyConf on Twitch TV, let's go, lol. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. That would be very challenging to set up. Let's see. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna close this one too. Well, and it's interesting because some events, they're like, you have to have the money to actually record the videos up front. And then it's like, you also have to have the money to have them edited and produced and everything. And I've heard that that's actually one of the largest expenses for a lot of conferences. Foreign key constraint failed. Boo. All right, let me try running this event test. Maybe this will give me a clue into what is happening and why I'm still running into these issues. Tick mark, Control V. You can, like, see as I get more frustrated. Like, in the beginning, it's all these nice, neat little, here's the improvements, here's the speed improvements, and now it's like, no. Foreign key constraint failed. Static event, import event, event test 17, event this. Alt click. Event finder create by slug. Event.update. Foreign key constraint failed. What foreign key constraint is failing? Is it the event series? It's the event series! I found you. All right, let me go in here. Assert equal result.name. Helvetic Ruby 2025. Test import static event find by slug event.import. Okay, I have to import the event series first. Event series equals static event series find by slug. Well, and let me go check my event series too. This might have like an import just one. No? Okay. I don't want to import all series. Here's the create. Slug.name parameterize. Import series. Yeah, it's just bang import series. Hungry Hippo says, I just miss seeing more Ruby content. I used to follow a few Ruby podcasts until they became inactive. I wish there were more of that, or even more real streams. I think you're like one of 3 real streamers I've seen here. So there's me, and there's Push CX, and then there's, oh, what is her name? She changed it. That's the thing, she changed her name. But she used to work on Gumroad, and I think now she does like Rust and stuff. Exodudeo says, with how rough work has been, I'm considering an internal transfer. It may be worth it to go network with folks. Yeah, it might be. We were for a while discussing a career fair at RubyConf, but I think that has been nixed, so now it's going to be the regular sponsor booths. Stony Eagle says, Maya Rainier. Yep, that's it. That's it. Hungry Hippo says, Push CX is one of the other ones. You're talking about Maya Purple Elf. She's been doing Rust recently. Yep. And Push CX, yes. Let's see. Slug. Import series. Event test. Event series, static event series, find by slug. And this should be Helvetic Ruby. All right, so now that, well, and I think what I can just do, say a dot import event series. Okay. All right, so my theory is that this is gonna fix that foreign key error I'm seeing. Realistically speaking, am I gonna have to call that for each of these, or is it just gonna understand? I'm gonna run this. Okay, a few of these are now working. Let's see. Import event. Well, this is interesting. Oh, no, wait. Maybe it isn't. Test, import, videos, CFPs. Okay, they're just out of order. So this is parallelized. P. I mean, this should act like a fixture. No, not you, actually. Actually, that's a good question. Why don't you need this? Anyway, let me go in here. Let me save this. Let me run this. Undefined method, import event series. Okay. What were you then? Import series. Well, now I have to go update all of them. Import series. Import series. Import series. One of the things we've been talking about is basically using all of this data that we have as fixtures. I'm not sure how that will work. Because it looks like right now it's kind of creating them for each one. Theoretically, though. Okay, this is good. Test import videos. Expected false to be truthy. Okay. Assert event record dot talks dot exists. Okay. I think this is probably a reload. Let me try it again. Expected false to be truthy. Let's do a binding.irb. Does this work? I think so. All the tests are parallelized, and I've been running into issues trying to like call binding.irb in that context, but it worked this time. Okay, so let me see. Event record. Cool. Event record dot talks nil. Event record dot reload. Event record dot talks nothing. Okay. And which one is this? Event is Helvetic Ruby 2025. Is it actually talks or is it videos? Event. I don't want the static model this time. I want the actual event model. Let's see. Has many talks. Okay. So then that should be working. Which means theoretically it didn't import the videos. Which is not great, especially because both import event and import videos should have imported the videos. Good to know though. I'm gonna take a brief 2-minute bio break and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna figure out why our videos aren't importing. Hello, I'm back. Hello? I swear I put the headset on and it sounded like somebody went, hello? And I was like, whoa. Hi. This is pizza that my daughter made. Hang on. I touched something when I picked them up, and now it's piping in audio. There we go. Okay, that's what I'm used to. I used to have stream pairs, but then people kind of stopped playing stream pairs, so I stopped doing it, but I could bring it back. And Rugmat says, oh, so like pass-through mode. Yes, exactly. I pushed a button, turned on pass-through mode, and then I could hear myself, and that is not okay. First thing I'm gonna check. Helvetic Ruby, 2025. I have a CFP. Do I have videos? I have videos. Okay. The videos did not import. I'm glad I wrote this test. I am concerned that the videos did not import. Let me just try this. I'm just gonna do event dot import event. And then I'm gonna do event dot import videos. Ooh, I got a failure. Oh, wrong number of arguments. Oh, event record. Ah, okay, I get it. Okay, so I have the event record that is returned when I call event.import event. Correct. Yes. Exited video says, I hate hearing my own voice. Urgh. Yeah. Oh no, I've been using Slack so much I've forgotten how to emoji. Fun fact, was working on a blog post recently, and I wanted to put some emojis in it. So I just started putting like the colon emoji colon, and then I asked AI to replace all of the instances where I had colon emoji name colon with the actual emoji. I felt pretty smart. Not gonna lie. Event dot import videos. Bang. And we'll do event record. And I got nothing. And that's okay, because now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read this. Let's go to event, because this is one of the things that I changed. And if we suddenly decided not to import videos, that would definitely impact how long this took to run. Static event, videos. Static video where event slug, each do video.import. Event index. Okay. Return unless imported. That should work. XGDO says, I found out we have like 3 dozen Elmo emojis at work. That's 95% of what I use now. That is perfect. Chef's kiss. At work, we use Elmo Wave to indicate that we're ready for a PR review. I replaced that with the ocean emoji because the ocean is a wave. And I like that. Anyway. I think I'm gonna come into here. And I'm just gonna stop there. I'm gonna call this again and I'm gonna hopefully end up here. Oxididal says Elmo is concerned. Okay, so here's my import videos. I'm gonna call this, and I'm gonna see what I get. I have them. Here they are. And I can call each on them. I'm gonna call map. I'm just gonna do and colon name. Title. Nothing. Okay, how about a count? Can you give me a count? 0. Okay, that's a thing. Results equals nil. Where values equals event slug Helvetic Ruby 2025. So that's not returning anything. Is it possible that it's only looking for ones? Oh, but I have an event name. And I think that's all it gets. The reason... There's a chance I'm not importing any videos. I'm just gonna put it out there. There's a chance I am not importing any videos. And that is why this passed. What is my slug? Helvetic Ruby 2025. I want to do static video dot count. Okay, 7,579. Video dot import. What did this look like before? Back to pull request. Files changed. We have CFPs. Videos file exist. Event.videofiles.entries.each. Great. So let me try this one. Oof, this is gonna be rough. Because my thing is, I don't think... Yeah, let me paste this here. Yeah, there they all are. My thing is that this is a hash. This is a hash that is not a static video. Which is a problem. So this is the static video. There's our child talks, all talks, static video.all plus child talks, all talks map, find child talks by ID, find by static ID, all.select video path, include event slug. That should have worked. I mean, part of me thinks that maybe we just import all separately. No, but I think that the value really is in calling this. What does static video.all look like? Frozen record, static video, all, where values, dot count. Okay, so that looks correct. Now, I'm doing a select. Is that right? Or should it be a where? Or should it be a select by? Exodudo says my brain is warped by sheer row count at work. Yeah, 7,000 is not a lot. I'm not gonna pretend that it is. Let's see. Quote star Yankick. And my event slug here would be like Helvetic Ruby. And see, that finds them. $20.25. No, and that finds them again. Okay, let me go up here. What was... Helvetic Ruby 2025. Okay. Static video, all select, video.filepath include. So then, hang on. Oh, I'm doing where? Yeah, hang on. Okay. Yank through open paren. I can fix that. No! P. That's what I need. All.select and unrejected PR. So in this case, we're querying YAML. I have a migration pending at work on a table with 215 million rows from 2025, growing exponentially. In our case, we are very lucky to not be in that position. Okay, I'm gonna exit, and then I'm gonna remove all these binding.irbs because I believe I have fixed the issue. Delete. All right, let me try this again. Yay! It has imported the talks. Excellent. Okay, that's good. I'm happy with that. That was to do with the videos. I need to do the benchmarking again. I need to do the benchmarking again because yeah. Do I have to add benchmark again? If I have to add benchmark again, I'm just gonna add it and leave it. Okay. I'm gonna copy this. If it fails, I'm just gonna add benchmark back. No. I'm just gonna add benchmark as a dependency. Indent, indent. Exeter says benchmark.ips is such a great tool. No. Fine. I'm adding it to the gem file and I'm leaving it in the gem file this time. Alright, where is development? Yes. No longer included in standard lib. Used for benchmarking. Gem. Benchmark. Require. False. Bundle install. Exideo says benchmark.ips is such a great tool. Iterations per second. Exciting. Yeah, I haven't played with that one. I think that's the one where you can compare multiple runs. Honestly, this was my first time playing around with benchmarks. Alright, now let me go and run this again. I was like, I know I need to benchmark this. I know I need to understand what's missing and what's not. Go to the top. Yay. Require. Benchmark. 90% sure this is what's missing. I'm 80% sure this is what's needed. No. I will go look at how to use benchmark. Not you. Ruby. Exeter says, I don't use it much, but the benchmark gem made me realize exactly how slow database interactions are in the real world. Optimizing a small loop to save 5 milliseconds total runtime is not important when it's right next to a 100 millisecond database fetch. I feel like I try and say that as much as I can and everywhere I can, because it's very, very true. Okay, so it is lowercase benchmark. Lowercase benchmark. And then in the gem file, is it lowercase benchmark or uppercase benchmark? It is lowercase benchmark, okay. I have my require. I did my bundle install. Bundle install. Benchmark is with a capital B. I'm copying my benchmark from this. Minimize constant benchmark. Why are you this way? Okay, let me get in here. This is part of the reason that I commit my benchmarking, is because I don't necessarily remember off the top of my head how I did it. But if I have the commit, okay, allocated before, after, go check domains, remove benchmarks from seed file. Okay, so this time I just deleted everything. I suppose I can remove the require false. I shouldn't need to, though. I've run bundle install again. I am seeding my events. Okay, now it's working. The first version I did was with typesense, so I feel like I still need to. Poop in the Soup says, oh my god, what am I looking at? Is this my future? Probably, maybe, if you're lucky. What you are currently looking at is me trying to figure out what is wrong with the memory and performance of event seeds. It was really exciting when these numbers were like going down. Now it's kind of like a little bit rougher. So this one, let me see. What was this one? This one was like, this one dropped down to like 3 million allocated objects from like 27 million. But then what we found out is this was the videos one. Yeah, it turns out that this didn't match anything. So we weren't importing any of the videos. Poop into Soup says, is it too late to change from CS? Exodio says, if you're lucky enough to be a Rails dev, and no, but please don't go into the culinary arts. And I would second that. Yeah, I would second that. I do think that technology will probably be a better choice for you than the culinary arts. Stony Eagle says, in case of curiosity, here's a conceptual idea of how things will work. We'll have to do a sparring session with AOA. Oh, fun. Is that in my Discord? I can click it. I'm still waiting for this to run. Scroll down to the bottom and click this. Oh! Very cool. So this is your accessibility app? I see. Interesting. I'm still... Oh no, I have a private Dropbox server. It's interesting that I was able to click that despite not being part of that Discord. That is weird. We're doing a lot of this. Hang on. I'm gonna shut Foreman down. I kind of think... Exodio says CD insecurity is hard. Stony Eagle says images are not private on Discord. If you have the link, you can access it. Interesting. John Sugar says, I mean, AI isn't going to take any culinary jobs anytime soon. Yeah, but I suspect if you are... what is the phrasing that I'm looking for? If you're dropping some impurities in your soup, I suspect you won't have a culinary job either. Okay, this is clearly not right. Stop. Let's try this again. I think if I'm going to use this as a benchmark, I'm probably going to have to use this one. End. 3 the indent. Yep. All right, let me cut that off. Let's try this again. So that's better. It's no longer really a pure test, though. Look how much slower it is. Yep. Yeah. That did not work out the way that I had hoped. I'm gonna get the results from this. And I'm gonna look at the results and I'm gonna compare them. But then I'm going to... I might just start this one from scratch. Hey, Monkey Man says, hello, everyone. Hello, hey, Monkey Man. Freedom Dell says, is AI taking jobs or human using AI taking jobs? Yeah, I think it's probably CEOs are firing people and using AI as an excuse. I was actually kind of thinking about this. I don't know. I feel like there would be a rebalancing of jobs. Where like things that used to be easier Freedom Doll says CEOs use AI or they hire AI experts to use AI. I'm not even talking about that. I think some of it is just there's been an economic downturn and they've realized that if they take layoffs and cast them as AI, then it just feels like we're making changes to realign the organization versus we're making changes because something is wrong. This is so slow. This is slow. This is slow. Butts. Okay. I got good results with the speakers. Exudideo says, I think we're seeing a bit of both. AI call center software is getting really good, but code and dev, more supply equals more demand when it comes to code. I disagree. AI call center software has been very, very painful. Stony Eagle redeemed cat attention time. Listen, y'all. I might have to get rid of cat attention time. There are no cats here. And you have redeemed cat attention time. And I don't have any cats. And to be frank, the cats no longer relax me. The cat now makes me itchy. John Sugar says, you bring up a good point. If I, as a senior dev, use AI to do the work a junior would have done, then review it, then I'm partially culpable. Poop. Soup says, have you drank water in the last 30 minutes? Yes. I have drunk water again now. Why am I even creating users? Is this my second run through or my first? Exudideo says the cats no longer love us, chat. The children wear out the cats. We get the cat dregs. The cats are hiding. Stony Eagle says I am big sad. John Sugar says, having said that, I'm totally on the AI hype train. There are things that I like it for. There are things that I use it for. One of the big things that I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to use AI in order to be able to generate the files that we need for this. But yeah, it's I don't know. I just want to acknowledge that it does have its downsides. I'm creating all these users. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Let's step back and let's think about this. Maybe, since I'm seeing all of these users being created, the reason this is taking so long is because, what's the word I'm looking for? Unter den main what? Unter the main what? Unter the main what says, what is AI? It's a programming language. Yeah, it's this like really weird programming language that's different from all the programming languages before. It's like, the syntax is super flexible. So like you don't have to do, like, you don't have to be specific at all. Like you can just be like, I want a loop, and it'll like figure that out. Or you can be like, I want a while loop. Or you can just say, I need to iterate through a list. So it's like super duper flexible. And then like it's translated to multiple different languages, but it still works best in English, like human languages. What else? It's very non-specific. So like it'll try and assume data types for you, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. And honestly, it's not that reliable yet. Like you kind of have to like look at what the compiler comes up with and check and make sure that it matches what you're looking for. And it's not really like that fast, but once it's compiled, it's as fast as any other programming language. Exodideo says, I'm on the AI hype train, but I'm not happy with how carefree it is with legacy code bases. Like, some devs just aren't thinking through their code with high scrutiny, and it's still hallucinating methods. So I will say that I think a larger part of being an engineer is going to be building systems of verification for the code that we write. All of the stuff that we used to do, like linters and tests and all that, just becomes more and more important. John Sugar says, I just don't enjoy ground-up coding anymore. Velocity is too slow. Once I've set project standards and patterns, the AI is just better. It does tend to catch stuff in a very helpful way. Okay. This is now 174 million. I'm gonna run this again. To demand what? Hearts to you too. Papa Smurf of Death! Hello and welcome! Papa Smurf of Death, thank you so much for 76 months. My longest running subscriber. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Hungry Hippo says, it's great if you know what to watch out for and don't do too much at once. It's people who have zero CS knowledge or go full vibe code that are turning out AI slop. I've started asking many devs, what does high quality code mean to you? My response is changing as I get more and more jaded. Ooh. Hello. Is this faster? Does this feel faster? I didn't copy down what the previous one was. So my theory is that we were actually creating the records because we were running into so many issues with DBC'd all. And so my theory is that now we are actually creating these. I'm starting to feel... I'm wondering how much I actually did now, though. Because all of the different experiments have been kind of like slowly rolled back. So yeah. Exudideo says, I find folks getting complacent with what the AI generates, which is not good in the type of work I do. Yeah, I can see that. Recently, I did this thing where I got multiple Git Butler parallel work streams running, and then I had 6 of them up at once, and I fed each one flaky spec, had it fix that spec, and then take whatever its results were and put that in our spec convention so we wouldn't see that happen again. That is one way you can use AI. You can use AI to fix 6 flaky tests all at the same time, test the test to make sure that they're not flaking anymore, and to take all of that information and document it so it doesn't cause any issues in the future. Or you can build 6 untested features concurrently. When people talk about magnifying the developer you already are, that's kind of how I see this passing out. Well, Stone Eagle says doesn't matter. In the end, you had a great time with us hanging out and we with you. I did have a good time hanging out with you all today. I'm pretty tired though. Let's see. Oh, Hungry Hippo says, I hope it's not aerospace or medical. Yup. Papa's Ruda says, I noticed that people I worked with were like, meh, Claude says it's fine. That is not, you need to know what it does. John Sugar says, we only care about quality code because we want it to be maintainable. Once AI is good enough, it won't matter whether a human finds it maintainable. I think that we still care because, yes, because I think we do. Yeah, I think we care about reading and understanding what it is that we're building. And I think that the reading and understanding part and that aspect of maintainability is important. And I also think that the way that we have built software and made it maintainable makes it understandable for humans, but I think it also makes it understandable for AI, and I think it makes it easier for AI to apply it if things are easier and things are structured well and things are maintainable. Exudidio says, no, lives not on the line, praise Bob. Oof. I used to work for a company that was responsible for software for hospitals, and we had an SVP, and this was like 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, whatever. We had an SVP that was like, we need to move fast and break things, and I was like, that's not how that works when we're in this field. So I think, yeah, they're probably going crazy with AI right now. But they were also going kind of crazy then, too. And Hungry Hippo says, okay, good. I wouldn't trust a pacemaker with built-in AI. Not with built-in AI. I don't know. Like, if you do the verification steps, if you use it for checking, if you use it for code review, it can do exhaustive code reviews. It can write really fast. It can make refactors really fast. You can improve software by using AI, but it really is doing what you are doing. Hungry Hippo says, I use Java. I don't know what quality code is. Oh my gosh. Exudidio says, my current answer is readable and highly testable code is high quality. I should not need AI to understand what it does. I should not have to factory bot up 100 DB records for a single test. I shouldn't need to mock dozens of methods to test a text parsing method. Yeah. Move fast and leak data. I just don't even scary. Ooh. Too true. Okay, this time I'm seeing 86 million. Let's take a look at what this was before. Okay, before it was 308 million, and the real time was 285. Our new real time is 120 and 886 million. But I think the old version was actually, I think the old version was with this turned on. I think the old version was with indexing versus without indexing. Stony Eagle says I solved at least 25 bugs that slowed down my Android app by letting AI loose on my phone and TV and benchmark slowdowns. I'm not complaining about using AI to make things better. I just don't need AI to be included in the tool for the sake of including AI in the tool. I 100% agree with that. Exudidio says in Rails you have to be very careful with refactor. There are so many subtle changes to behavior rather than structure. I trust RubyMine to refactor way more than AI. Let's see. Hungry Hippo says, I feel like the only time I've had good results with AI doing something bigger than a small feature is when I have it write a plan and I give it extensive rules and I tell it exactly what I want so there's no room to get creative. And even then, it finds a way to find the one small detail I missed. By the time I write all that, I could have written the code myself. I often find myself refactoring and making modifications to what it has come up with. And I think that that's okay. I think expecting AI to get everything right first time isn't reasonable. I think sitting there and saying like, okay, I'm going to go through iterations. I'm going to work with this. I'm going to build with it. It does make it a bit better. Let's see. Study Eagle says I literally went from a barely usable video platform to something that navigates snappy and play video with anime subtitles smoothly. And Hungry Hippo says I mainly just use it now as a how do you do this thing gives me cool examples. That could definitely work. Okay. Ugh. This has been a mess. Git reset hard. Upstream main. This has been a bit of a mess. Let's do the thing that we're talking about, basically. Well, we don't need to do that. Bundle add benchmark. Let's add it to the gem file. Gem benchmark. And then we'll just put a note. Benchmark is no longer included in the standard lib. Yeah, used for benchmarking. I'm gonna save that. Yep, and let's do a little bundle install here. Papa's Rivida says, I know you meant leave me, but you said love you all, and I appreciate that. Oh no, wait, I'm going to have to love you all and leave you. Got a meeting at 8 in the morning. Hope everybody has had a nice weekend. Bye, Papa's Smurf of Death. Thank you for coming by. Let's see. Oh, I have to be careful with naming the extension because of your automod rules. Yeah, the automod is helpful in very specific scenarios, so I keep it. Let's see. Hungry Hippo says, and you have to worry about it being trained on bad code. It might refactor in some bad habits. That is true. And Exodudio says, yep, for now, it still requires supervision. Definitely. Okay. I'm gonna start essentially from scratch, but because I'm rebuilding everything and I know what I'm doing, I know it'll go fast. So we're gonna start with a benchmark here. I'm just gonna copy paste this. Come on, where's my seed file? URL normalizable, talk, Rubyist Kaigi, sponsors.yaml. So my goal is I will not change any of these files. Where did my thing go? Where did my seed file go? Hang on. Here is the tree, event, talk. Event test. Oh, the seed file isn't in here. It's in the commits. That's right. That's right. I do have to put this in at the beginning. Okay. Let me try this again. Thank you for following, SS Spartacus. Control V, indent. Alt tab. Let me grab this one. Control V. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna take this search backend without indexing. I'm gonna put that in here. Indent that twice. And then we'll come back over here and we'll swipe my after, my puts, and my puts. Yep. Put the end here. De-indent that. Before, after. Benchmark real. Let's do allocated objects. And I only want the difference. And then let me go up here. And I'm just gonna do before, comma, after equals 0, 0. Oh. Okay. Spartacus says, I'm publishing a game on Steam called Colonies of the Remnant. Could you take a look at it and give me your feedback? I could take a brief look. Colonies of the Remnant. Hungry Hippo says, I also really like using AI as a learning platform. Like, I wanted to make a game using OpenGL, something I have zero knowledge in. It can give me a learning plan and point me in the right direction. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to start or which topics to learn. It does help, but it can't identify gaps in knowledge. But I do actually pay attention to how it does things and solve things and kind of learn from that. Exodudio says, another advantage to human readable code is that most of the training data is human written words, so I still think that readable code will apply, but what do I know? Let's see. Oh, that's about the other thing. Got it. Okay. Colonies of the Remnant. Well, that's interesting. In a post-apocalyptic world, build and lead your own colony under the constant threat of the undead. Recruit survivors, assign roles, and decide how your group survives. Fight enemy colonies or form alliances in FPS or TPS combat. Interesting. All right, let's see. I've got my benchmark, before, after, before, after, before, after. And then I think what I've realized is that this is actually the same as this. And then I'll just come in here and I'll grab this. Control X, Control V. Okay. That's looking good. And then I want the contents of this test. Where did you go? Not you. I want the contents of this test. Where's my test? This one. Okay, and that goes all before import involvements. Event test. Yep. I'm not sure there's value in doing this, but... Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna do bin rails. I'm gonna copy this relative path. I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna make sure these tests pass. If these tests pass, then I know I have a valid test case. They do not. But they do not because I did not tell it that I'm running tests. Thank you for following us, Costa. Welcome. Invalid foreign key! We figured this out last time. This is because the event series needs to be imported. There we go. Static event series. Find by... Actually, I don't think I needed to do that. I think it was find by slug. And then it was Helvetic Ruby. And then it was import series bank. Alright, let me test this again and we'll see if this passes. I'm gonna test just import bank, which was 6. Edwin redeemed stretch. That's what I can do. All right, let's do a chest stretch. This stretch is good for posture. Sit upright and away from the back of the chair. Pull your shoulders back and down and arms out to the side. Gently push your chest forward and up until you feel a stretch across your chest. Hold for 5 to 10 seconds and repeat 5 times. You ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, release. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, release. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, release. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and release. Last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Res1Dev says, too fast! Hold up! Rugmat says, bring back NHS guy. The NHS guy is gone. Forever. And if you want to do these stretching exercises, you can do them yourselves at home. I've just dropped it in a Twitch chat. It's funny, I can't reply in YouTube chat. Which I feel kind of bad about, but it's also fine because I don't think anybody is in YouTube chat right now. Okay. So that one passed. I'm gonna run this and see if all of them pass now, and if it doesn't, then I'll just go through and I'll import the series for each of them. Yep, it all failed. They all failed due to a foreign key constraint, so I'm just gonna come in here and I'm gonna put this in each of them. Actually, this is weird. For some reason, the like EXO Ruby one is fine. Which really doesn't make sense. Because theoretically it should have the same foreign key issue because I haven't imported the EXO Ruby series. But I'm not going to ask any questions about that today. Okay, I've got my benchmark in. I've got that all set up. I'm going to run my benchmark. I'm going to do bin rails, db, seed, events. And this is going to fail because I did event and not events. Now we're going to run events. And my guess is this is going to take ages because this is the original setup. So it should take approximately 2 minutes, which I'm calling ages. Now, everything has already been created. So just to clarify it, I'm going to say it again. Everything has already been created. All of the records, all of the everything, already created. So this is purely like just the amount of time that it takes to go through and like run these. And like some of it again is that data where it's changing it back and forth from like different URLs and such, like the www. Whatever, back and forth between those, back and forth between slashes. I think we do probably need to do all of the events though, because I think what we were getting before wasn't actually that great. And I think I'm gonna keep benchmark included this time, because I've now added and taken benchmark out multiple times, and I don't want to have to do that again. It is interesting that I don't need to include it here. Well, it's also interesting because I think Rails actually has like benchmarking helpers. It's just they don't exactly meet my needs. Exudio says, gotta run to Kiddo's Running Club. Have fun, y'alls. Bye. I think the other thing that's going to help with running all of the events is that I'm going to catch if I've broken something. And I'm going to catch it a lot faster. I mean, not faster because it's going to take ages to run these, but I'll see it sooner, maybe. But yeah, my goal here should be that all of the seeds run. There are no errors, there are no failures, there's no nothing. Hey Marco! I'm starting over with the memory one because I started running into issues with the sponsors. And I decided that it would be faster to just record things from scratch. Also, I accidentally made it so that we weren't importing any videos. And I'm really glad that I found that before I merged this. But some of the most extraordinary memory improvements were because I was no longer calling and running videos. So this is 82 million. That's good to know. Let's commit that. Git commit -pm. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna call this baseline. Mark said, I have another idea for seeds. We could use MD5 checksums for YAML files and skip the import if the hash is exactly the same. Yes, we could. I ran into a different issue though. That was kind of weird. So we're actually changing the URLs back and forth. And the MD5 issue would actually, I think, fix that. But right now, when we like run seeds on multiple occasions, we'll have like the domain URL for the sponsor. And it'll be like www.domainname.com, and then it'll be like domainname.com, and then www.domainname.com, and then domain name. So it's just updating itself back and forth every time we run seats. Yeah. I also think I'm just gonna go ahead and commit benchmark, because I keep adding it and taking it back out. For some reason, VS Code is not behaving today. Edit again? No. Yes, stage the hunk. Add new specs. Sounds good. Margaret says because it's normalizing it, or because we have the same domain multiple times? Hang on. Let me just visuality. Because we're doing this. Well, not even that one, actually. This one. Let me swap this for sponsors. Because we're doing like www and then no www and then www and then no www. Res1dev says this project like never ends. Let me borrow some patience. That's a good thing. I like that it never ends. If it ends, I have to find something else to do on stream. Alright, let's see. So yeah. I am not 100% how to deal with that one. Let's start with the video changes though. Event.rb. Yes. I'm gonna improve importing videos first instead of CFPs because it'll be faster. Right now we're doing event videos entries. Yeah. I'm gonna delete all of this. I think, if I remember correctly. All right, and then I will go grab these changes from here. URL normalize, event. Not you. You. This one. Yes. No. Control V. There we go. I think. Yes. And then this did not work. Yes. Because I needed to do this. Excellent. Yes. And then that worked. And then did I have to make any changes to talk? Yes, I did. I did save, if changed, or new record. That's right. Save. Res1dev says, wait, are you the one on the stretch page? No. She looks a lot like me, and she has the exact same cats. Nope. Alright, let me get a talk. Let me try YAML. Update from YAML metadata. If event.blank, no speakers, no arrays, assign attributes, self-kind, self-speakers, save, if changed, or new record. Rungman said, what a coincidence, right? Okay. Now, I'm gonna run bin rails db seed events. I do not have foreman running. What? Oh, I broke something. Well, that's fun. Alt click. I have the wrong number of end tags I'm binning. Frozen record base. Find by slug. Import all. Import videos. Import videos. There. Static video where event slug, video.import, return unless. Rescue. Oh, I need to begin. I think what I can actually do is this instead. Res Windows says she's young, chill, can't believe it. Does that make me old, chill? Ugh. You're killing me. You're killing me. When did you make the page? Before I had kids. Why are you gonna do this to me? Why are you gonna do this to me? Ah! I made it for April Fool's 1 year. I thought it was gonna be the funniest thing in the world, that everybody was gonna lose their minds and be like, oh my god, she replaced the NHS guy. Rugmat says, wasn't it April Fool's? It was. It was for April Fool's. And so I unveiled it, and like nobody said anything at all. I had completely replaced the NHS guy and nobody said a word. Ringmat says I still protest to no avail. I think Appic might have been the only one that actually noticed. But yeah. Hello, Commanders. Welcome. Alright, let's go through here. It is taking a while. I think it's probably faster, though. Well, and if nothing else, I've managed to simplify the logic. And that's good. I'm gonna check out static video really quick. Because there is an import method in here. And that import method finds the event, initializes the talk if it's not found, and then updates it from the YAML metadata. Yep, and then it goes through and it imports each child video if needed. So that all looks fine. This doesn't have any saves or anything like that. It's just kind of a pass-through to the talk itself. Alright, so let's grab this. Let's do a little git log. Let's do a little git log. One line. And so what we see is our baseline was 82 million objects. Now we're at 72, so that's about 10 million off. Our real was 127, so that's about 40 seconds off, I think. And then our total CPU time is about 40 seconds off. So let's go in here and we're gonna do a git commit -pm and just boop, include that. So for this one, all we did was we went in here, all of these video entries, and we said, if changed or if new record, only save if that's the case. Excellent. So now I'll just go through these in order. So we'll go back to this import CFPs. Commander says, do you dev off a box? I dev in a box because I like using containers. I do not know what deving off a box means. Alright, so we return unless there is a CFP file. We load it with YAML. We go through each of these. And we say find or create by. come in here and I'll just say find or initialize by. And then at the end, I think this is width, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. And the reason I'm kind of going back and I'm redoing this is because my original test cases were not good. So I did assign attributes. I probably got frustrated. There's a way to do it where you can say if I'm initializing it past these. Oh, but you know what? I need to assign attributes because I need to make sure that I can update these values. Yeah. And then I would just say cfp.save if cfp dot attributes changed, right? Attributes changed. cfp.changed. Or cfp.new record. Okay. That looks like it works, which is good. I like that. Let's see. Go in here. And we can make that a save bang so that if there's an error, it'll tell me. Yep, that works. Okay. And so now I'll go in here. Just real simple. Run this and see what our results are. Oh no! Undefined local variable or method, CFP, for an instance of static event. All right. CFPs. CFP.assign attributes. Huh. Hang on. What was that before? Oh, CFP equals. There we go. Okay, CFP equals events.cfps.find or initialize by. Okay, I see what's happening here. We have an event, and then what we're doing is we're getting the relationship, all of these CFPs, and then we're saying, hey, I want you to find or initialize by these values for a CFP in here. I kind of wonder why we're using link and open date. Sometimes we'll have multiple ones with the same link if there's an extension. Although maybe that should just look like increasing the close date. And I think the name of a CFP could change. I don't know. I won't poke around with the logic too much. I'll save that for another day. I think the CFPs probably had the least impact out of all of the ones that I poked around with. Mostly because there aren't very many CFPs at this point. They're very simple objects. But all the same, not saving them should help. I think I would have caught the issues with the sponsors much earlier if I were using this method instead of the one I used before, where I was looking at just one event series and testing against that. Well, and it's kind of nice that we can see a larger slice of the pie here and how much of an impact it has. Perfect. All right, so here's our allocated objects, real versus total. And so I'll just come in here and I'll do git log and I'll remember the one line. So our previous one, our baseline, wait a second. Did I forget to commit the last one? Oh no, here it is. So our last one was 72 million. This one is 72 million again. Technically the last one was 340 objects allocated and this one's 380,000 objects allocated. The real for this one was 127, now it's 121, so we lost 6 seconds. The real for this was, or the total for this was 134, and now it's 128, so we did lose 6 seconds. Git commit -pm, paste. I actually tried, before this, I tried, kind of taking these second assign attributes, passing them in with curly braces, and then doing a compact to remove the nil ones. And I found that that actually increased the memory usage and it slowed it down. So I do think it's helpful to do this. Okay. Now we get to the troublemaker. Import sponsors. Let me see. Got my import sponsors here. I couldn't find a good way to improve involvements because it's complicated with the connections between users and organizations. I could probably get in here and refactor this so that instead of updating using these event involvement attributes, it instead deleted ones that are no longer necessary. But I kind of feel like I would rather do that refactor later because it's pretty big. I'm going to look at the transcripts next. So if we take a look at this, we have this q.each, we have this transcript. We don't really have to worry about any of that though. Right here, we're getting the transcript record. We change this to update attributes. Then we just come down here and we say transcript record dot save bang if, and we would say transcript record dot changed or transcript record dot new record. Boop. Mark Russ says, for what it's worth, we shouldn't have any transcripts.yml files anymore. Now, I could have sworn. Am I misspelling transcript? Transcript. I could have sworn that we had transcripts just like a few weeks ago. Well, that'll be good. It'll be a good test case because it's not going to do anything. And we should see that. Are the current transcript files deleted? Or are we done with transcript files forever? Because I know that one thing that happens is the transcript files go in, they get loaded, and then they get deleted. I think I have to keep this one. Yeah, that's still running. I'm gonna go through here and I'm gonna add all of these as... Macross says, not sure what Adrian was thinking there, to be honest. Okay. I think he mentioned using them, loading them, and deleting them, but yeah, they're pretty beefy. Okay. This first one, all I'm doing is changing all of these S's to organization because I find them confusing. Let's see. There we go. And then this one, no longer need that. And then, do I have an event somewhere? Nope, I do not. Well, where did you come from? Badge, sponsor badge, tier, level tier, that's all good. Yes, 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 yes. You are supposed to be organization, 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 organization. Let me check on this. Okay, that's finished. Git commit dash PM. I'm gonna say no to that, no to all of this, yes to this. And if I do a git log, one line, what we should see is basically no difference. And we don't! It's actually really, really close. So we have 72 million allocated objects. Strangely, a change here from 127 to 123. A 3, yeah. Huh. Oh, that's the other one. Hang on. I'm gonna do this multiple times. Okay, so here we have 7233, 4035. Oh, that is exact. That's nice to see. 123, exact. 131, exact. Ooh, wait, no, that is the one I just ran. Well, then why did, oh, we gained a few seconds. Oh, we gained like 2 seconds. Huh. Weird. Maybe it's because I'm doing checks. The objects don't exist. There shouldn't be a transcript. Okay. I'm just gonna go through here, and I'm gonna do this part. I'm gonna do the parts that I know will help, and I know will work. All right. So this shouldn't do anything. This should just run, and it should succeed, and we should see no difference. I'm just refactoring the name to make it easier to understand. And then what I'll do is I'll come in here and I'll start adding. Because I know this one's a troublemaker, changed or organization.new. Find or create by. These two should be very safe. Event.sponsor.find or create by. I mean, even just an initialize by here should improve this. And then update. I'm going to take a brief minute to review what I did last time in this section. I added this. That's quite handy. Let's see. Changed into changed. Thank you for noticing. Also, hello, Shark Deed. Welcome. Yep. Thank you for that. Oh, it failed. 404. 404, 404, unless organization.persisted. Now you should succeed. Where was I? Ah, yes, I was here. Yes. Good job, me. All right. That's good. This is going to capture if I have any sort of record invalid. And if I do, then it's going to give me a GitHub annotation for it that tells me exactly where it is, and it shows me it when I'm looking at the actual PR. All right, so here's my organization find by slug or alias organization slug. Find my name or alias unless organization.persisted. So if my organization is saved, then I'm not going to go find these. And this is the part that confuses me because theoretically this organization.update should have created one. Yeah. Undefined method new for an instance of organization. Organization.new I record. Now my guess is this should have basically no impact at this point. Find or initialize by for an instance of active record associations. All right, how have I misspelled this? Oh, there's no bang. Yeah, that's right. There's no bang because it's not a... Yep. There's no bang because it's not saving, so it's not producing errors. Ah, that's right. That's what I was doing. I was going to swap over to here, and I was going to take a look at how I handled this. Sponsor equals... Oh, this is per sponsor. This is per sponsor, isn't it? Find or initialize by... Yep, there it is. Sponsor equals find or initialize by... Sponsor.assign attributes. Good. And then at the end, we'll come in here and we'll say sponsor.save if sponsor.changed or sponsor.new record. Lovely. Lovely. This is where I should start to see some impact. I have not changed anything up here yet because in my experience, this section was problematic. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to gate this update and this one. Sweet. Okay. I'm going to run this again now that I have the updated changes. These are all DBC'd. All bin Rails test. I'm going to grab my event test, copy relative path, paste that there. I'm not going to run it yet because it'll impact this test though. I'm actually going to split this into the two changes. I'm going to do my one attributes one that we did before, and then I'm going to try out the chomp change. So one of the things that we did before is we did a chomp and we trimmed the final slash if there was one. And so my hope is that we'll have less churn over the sponsors if this is the case. That is my plan. Because at this point, we've run this enough times that literally nothing should be created right now. And then we'll go over import event next. Yeah, import event should have some good impacts. Yeah, we'll do that one next. This is about as much as I'm willing to change with the sponsors though, just because they've given us so much trouble in the past. And I don't want to have to go in and modify a bunch of sponsor files in order to make the seeds pass, because that means the seeds are less resilient. Although I do kind of like the fact that they're erroring out. All right, let's see. I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to git commit -pm, paste this in, and I'm going to say yes, I'm refactoring all of this. And then I'll do my git log one line. And now I can see the actual differences. So we lost about, let's see, it's 67 million to 72 million, so about 5 million from that one. And we lost about, let's see, 115 to 123. So we lost about 8 seconds and about 10 seconds CPU time. So that's not bad. Next, I want to try, so we didn't actually like test the chomp and see what sort of impact it had before. URL normalizable. So I'm going to try that now. So my hope is that if I chomp that final slash off, that is sometimes present and sometimes not, my hope is that I will actually lose some time here because I'm not saving it multiple times. I think I'm probably going to have to run it twice though in order to get an actual value, because this first time it's going to be taking all of the ones that end in a slash and it's going to be updating them. And then if I run it again, it's not going to update them. There were a decent number, so maybe it'll help. And then after this, we'll do the event. I think the event is going to be the next one that really helps us run through this a lot faster. nice to see you. Hi. Today I am playing around with Ruby events, and I am improving the memory and performance of our event seeds. Things got a little bit messy while I was doing it before, and I found out that my test case wasn't exactly like normalized because I was trying to do it with like I tried to do it with just the Ruby comp series. But yeah, I ran into a bunch of errors, and I think it's probably better if I run it over the entire event seed, because then I'll catch issues like I did with the sponsors. And so yeah, it's a little bit slower to find out what has an impact and what that impact is. So that's what I'm doing today. I'm improving the performance of these seeds. I'm hoping it gets like just ridiculously speedy afterwards. Okay, so this is, hang on. I said we have to run it twice. And we do have to run it twice. So that first time it would have gone through and it would have updated all of the URLs to no longer have that ending slash. And so this time it should not be modifying any of our sponsor files or any of our sponsors. I know it is updating some of them because we have the wwws, but at least it won't be updating them because of trailing slashes. And I do kind of want to see how much of an impact that has. I assume that it's like going to be barely a blip. Like probably not even a second. But I do kind of want to see. And after this, we'll go impact the events, and that's hopefully the one where we'll see the most impact. Really, if I think about the event imports, that's probably going to be one of the bigger ones to go in and update. Because, yeah, we very rarely add new events. But I often go through and import them because of this. It does take like over a minute to run every test case though. Yay! Alright, so my allocated objects here is 67 million, my real time is 115, and my total time on the CPU is 122. So let's do a git, commit, PM, paste that, and yes. Let's see the actual difference that made. Barely 100K. Not even, like technically took slightly longer on real and total CPU. Like a second longer. So yeah, no good impact there. Now I promised that I would go in and I would do the events. Oh, you know what? While I'm doing this, let me just go ahead and run the test to make sure they're still passing. Alright, so I'm gonna go over here to event. We're gonna look at import event. It says find or create by slug. We're gonna change that to find or initialize by slug. I'm not sure you could even create a valid event from just the slug. And then we'll do event dot assign attributes. This event.venue.exists probably only happens when this updates. But we'll still do assign attributes because we're assigning the latitude and longitude to those of the venue. Otherwise, if coordinates exists and is a hash, I want you to dig latitude and longitude. So we'll do assign attributes here too. Save it. Sync aliases from list. I'm just gonna put a theory out here that we need to save the event before we sync aliases from the list. So I'm gonna do event.save bang if event.changed or event.new record. Now, let's see what sort of impact that has. Okay, all of the tests pass. Good. I'll just run the test before I run the seeds. Now, let's see what sort of impact. Okay, all of the tests pass. Let's see what sort of impact that had on the seeds. It definitely feels faster. C-Film says, hello, how are you doing? Hello. I'm doing pretty good. Right now, I am playing around with improving the memory utilization and performance of event seeds in Ruby events. Yay! I think it's going well. After this one, I think it's probably ready to push. Yeah. Then it should be good for PR. Description. Importing events takes ages and lots of memory. We run into issues seeding data because of this. This one aims to... this PR aims to reduce object allocations and time by only updating the record when there are changes. In production development, we're normally updating 1 or 2 events, and rarely a larger PR might include 10. While this won't affect the initial seed data, it will help with later runs. Yay! Update comment. C-Film says, I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear that. It's kind of slow going because there's like this period where like I'm just kind of like sitting here chatting, waiting for it to finish, which is kind of nice. I like the downtime. My hope is that this one is like a lot better than the previous iterations. There we go. All right, we have allocated 64 million objects. We have 105 real seconds and a total of 112 CPU seconds. Let's put that. We'll say yes. Yes. Good. Okay. Git log one line. And so that one was about 3 million off in 10 seconds off, which is, you know, pretty good. If we look at the original, we were looking at 72 million in 127 seconds. Oh, no, wait, sorry. 82 million in 167 seconds and 176 seconds. So we've managed to trim about 50, 60 seconds off in about 20 million objects, which is not great, to be frank. Let me think. What are some other options that I have here? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try going in here and using frozen record, or frozen strings. Hey, C-Films! And C-Films as viewers! Welcome! Hello! C-Films, I didn't know you were streaming. What were you streaming? Let me do the full intro. Hello folks, I am working on a project called Ruby Events. Hang on. I do not have a production version of this open. I do have a production version of this open. Excellent. I am working on a project called Ruby Events. We are on a mission to index all Ruby events. Yay! That includes, a lot of our data around events is stored in YAML files. We import those YAML files using seed files. And that is what I'm working on today, is making those faster. I'm gonna try adding frozen string literal true to this and seeing if it has literally any impact. I'm betting no. Let's see. But let's try it. What else can I try? You know, this does feel snappier. C-Film says, I was working on my website, C-Films. Let's take a look at that. C-Films. 6 Degrees of Seattle. Oh, fun! Movies filmed in Seattle. Seattle-born actors, musicians, athletes, and city facts. Oh, that's fun. Oh, and you have a quiz. That's cute. I like that. Oh, this is nice. What you built with? HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, SQL, and MariaDB. Currently, the C-Films website uses no frameworks and libraries. Oh, that's interesting. It is a database-driven website. Oh man, aren't they all? I guess not all of them. Some of them are static, but... Oh, you're not using any libraries or frameworks. So you had to write all of your own database connection logic and such. Let me think, is there anything else I could improve about this? Ballerberg says, what if you competed with Claude to make it faster? I don't mind trying that. Let's go in here. Do you have any suggestions to improve the performance of imports in static event? Question mark. Let's see what it comes up with. Alright, so this is just from adding frozen string literal at the top of the file. Git commit -bm 64406. Yes. What'd I get? Yeah, basically nothing. That's about 40,000 fewer objects. Strangely, it took longer. Yeah, it actually took longer than the prior run. Let's see. Batch database operations. Many methods. Import CFPs, import sponsors, import involvements, import transcripts. Perform many individual DB queries and saves. Refactor to use bulk inserts and updates where possible to reduce DB round trips. Reduce redundant lookups. Cache lookups for related models, e.g. organizations, users within a single import to avoid repeated queries for the same entity. Parallelize imports. If safe, consider parallelizing all.each event, event.import, and import all using threads or background jobs. Eager load data. If you need related data, eager load it to avoid N+1 queries. Maybe. C-Film says, I wrote SQL queries to pull data from the MariaDB database. That's fun. Yeah, I think I was talking more about like the connection logic and stuff like that, but let's see. I'm hesitant to poke anything with this. Part of the reason being, let's see, that I know some of this. Hang on, let me close that. Close that, close that, close that. I'm just gonna close everything that's not an import. Get out of here. So imported here is event exists, slug, event record, event find by slug, or import. Oh, interesting. There's our start date, our end date. There's our rescue, publish date, rescue, country. Okay, I would like to jump to the imports, please. So I feel like I've poked CFP's videos, sponsors, involvements, and transcripts. There's my finder initialized by, my assign attributes, my if the venue exists. Actually, we don't import venues. I'm now realizing. Oh, I use an API MySQL in PHP to connect my database to the website. Okay. So there's a layer there. Yeah. I don't think there's a really... I think our problem is more that we're changing these values back and forth for the organization. Including like capitalization of name and stuff like that. So I'm not inclined to think that a batch update here would help anything. And honestly, I'm happy enough with the improvements that I have. So I don't think the batch database operations are a good idea. As for the redundant lookups, I don't see a lot of those. I suppose with the involvements maybe, but I think we would have to restructure how everything is built in order to do that. Let's see, it.attributes merge, destroy true. I could start mucking around with this and like... C-Film says, where is data coming from? The data that I'm working with? So for Ruby events, what we do is we have, this uses Rails, so like Ruby on Rails, but we have all of these data folders. And inside these, we have YAML files to describe all of the different events. So like this is Barcelona RubyConf, it's got a title, it's got a location, it's got the kind, start, end date, etc., right? Then we have video files for all of these. And so, yeah, and so what happens after that is we take those YAML files, we call a seed.rake task. In this case, it's this one with the import all for event. And then it goes through and it calls these import methods in order to take those YAML files, convert them into database records, and then store them. I'm trying to find, you know, better ways to do it. But yeah, that's where it is right now. Let's see. What database do you use? It's good. I really want to say SQLite, but I'm also like afraid that it's not. Yeah, SQLite. Okay. Yep, SQLite for this one. I'm happy with that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get push. It definitely doesn't look as good as it did when I was not importing videos. Yeah, it's definitely slower than when I was not importing videos. But it's not bad. I'm gonna take a look at this and see if there's a good way I can change this. User, find by name or alias, username. Unless user, raise username not found. Puts creating user username unless Rails env test. User create name username. Event involvements attributes dot index do attributes attribute role equals role involvementable type user involvementable ID user ID. Get index if involvement already exists in the attributes array. Replace the involvement attributes to avoid destroying it. Update position if necessary. Okay. Otherwise, add a new involvement. And I think with this one, I managed to avoid the find by too. Yeah. Because at this point, I'm just batch adding for that particular event. Yes. Yes. Okay, and then we do organizations, each with index, org name, index, next if org name blank. Okay, and then I find by the name or the alias. I'll find by the slug or the alias. Org name.parameterize. Yeah, so this right here, the org name.parameterize, is probably what was causing our issues with Bangkok.rb earlier. Unless organization. Okay. I wish I had like a case insensitive one too. Puts creating organization unless Rails env test. Raise organization not found if Rails env development. That would be nice if we could get to that point. And then organization create name org name. I wonder if I think what we probably need to do is on the involvements capture more of these organization attributes so that I can successfully create this. And so I can require values like the website. Although I want to require values like the website because I think it would make it easier for me to like handle the data, but for Blue Ridge Ruby 2026, there was a sponsor who's just anonymous. Yeah, okay. So then it's kind of hard to catch stuff like that. I think I did a good push. I'm gonna refresh this. I'm gonna see what happens. And if CI passes. And it looks like it's not passing, even though I force pushed. And so theoretically, this is a completely different set of commits. It is complaining. Hang on. I do know about this one. Is this? Yes, here it is. Organization test should prepend HTTPS. This is an example.com/, and we no longer produce those. So that's organization test 64. Organization test. Beautiful. And then it's line 64. 64, 64, 64. Yes. I'm even already on the line. All right, so just do a quick git commit -pm update test. No slash. Perfect. And I'll say no to that one. Yes to that one. Git commit -pm more detailed error message for GitHub actions. Boop. Yes. I can do that in the meantime until things are more smooth. Okay. Oh, standard failed. Oh, good. I like that. I like it when standard fails because I can just run bin lint and sit back and it'll fix it for me. Yay! So this one is probably going to take a while because it is the linter, and the bin linter does take a while. But yeah, I think this will be an improvement. So my seed smoke test passed, which is good because that's the one that we were having issues with before. And it takes about 2 minutes, 56 seconds. I'm going to go look at some other pull requests to see if that's significantly different. My guess, though, is it is not. I'll take a look at this one. Can look at all my checks, my seed smoke test. Okay, so that was 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Can I look at the average of this test and GitHub Actions? No. Maybe, but no. What is this one? This should be CI, right? Usage, workflow file, actions. Sayogan says, I'm a first CS, but I'm a first year CS, but I feel so behind if I'm not using AI. I think it's most effective if you know what you're doing. And I think that right now what you're trying to do is you're trying to learn. So yeah, I think that that is fine. And I think that's expected. Event, dynamic pull request push, status, nope, branch, okay. It helps me type the code out faster, but if I don't know what I'm doing, it doesn't help at all. So yeah. Let me go to the checks panel. Come on, checks. Seed smoke test. Yeah, 3 minutes and 13 seconds. So it doesn't pass yet, but it does look like the seed smoke test is running about 20 seconds faster, which isn't, you know, great. I think the first one I did had a lot more of an improvement, and that one was specifically with like the speakers. But it is a bit faster. And maybe some of that is because, oh gosh. Let me try and go through here and find the speakers. Event data skills, speaker YAML validations and updates. Oof. Okay, let me try seeds. C-Film says, I have another project, a new coding language that is a math and statistics focused programmable calculator being developed in Python called McFly. Well, that sounds fun. Yeah, no, I don't know where it is. I suppose I could do author me? Aha! Memory improvements to speaker import. Frozen string literals and skipping index if no changes. Meh, not much of a change. Oh no. Oh no, this is before after difference. Okay, so this was like 73 million down to 3 million. Yeah, so I guess if you have a bunch of records and they're not changing, it helps. But I think in our case, some of these have too many changes. Alright, so that's finished. Git status. What did I change in seed.rake? Git push. C-Film says, McFly recently got user-defined functions implemented. So where does the name McFly come from? Have you heard of Marty McFly? Yeah, the like time traveler from the film Back to the Future. Boo. Oh, C.rake. Oh, dang it. Okay. Git commit -pm. That was silly. Binlint. What did you change? Oh well. Git push. Trailing white space. That's tricky. And let me grab my baseline. Swipe that. Conversation. Edit. And I'll just make that my before. And then a comment. I'll go grab my last one for my after. It's not particularly impressive, but it does appear to have had an impact. And I think it helps. Update comment. C-Film says McFly's slogan is, "It learns from the past but looks to the future. McFly." Oh, that's fun. I like that. I mean, 50 seconds real time is not bad, but I feel like at over a minute, it's still a bit painful. I don't think I'm making any more changes to the seeds. So what I'll go ahead and do is I'll go ahead and clean up my benchmarking here. And I think I'm going to keep this search backend without indexing. Let's see. Event series with slug not found. Yep. And I'll apply that here too. And we'll just say commit dash PM, and I'll say clean up rake tasks and skip indexing in rake tasks. I think that should work. So good news is the linter is done. Tests are running, but I think they passed last time. Build Docker image is running. I'm gonna mark this one as ready for review. A future area for improvement, we keep swapping www.sponsorname.com to sponsorname.com as we see it, so we're doing a lot of unnecessary database updates. Maybe we move the website to the event organization sponsor table and then have a domain or select the first website for the organization table, or a major data cleanup effort, perhaps during your refactor to sponsors. Yep. That all feels good. Keep adding and removing this. So I'll just add it and keep it. Excellent. How did this go? Yay! The only one left is building the Docker image. And the seed smoke test took 3 minutes, 16 seconds. So about as much as any other seed smoke test ever has. Yay! Git push. Some of them were better. And this one was not. Let's see. I may take a look at the talk really quick and see if there's anything here that looks easy to collect. I have a find or create by for the user and for this. But probably not. Static metadata dot event name. If event nil, puts no event found. Video ID event name. That should work. And now it's going to run through CI again. I'm pretty happy with this and where it is, and I'm very confident it's going to pass CI. So I'm going to roll some credits. Wait, I'm gonna roll some credits And while that's happening, I'm going to go ahead and queue up the raid on Twitch. Let's see. I want to say thank you to my new followers, Oz Costa, S.A. Spartacus, Chris Capella, Zafir Oxter, Gabrielle FPS4, Icaramba Fun, Turkivo, Senior Kittable 28, and to my subscribers, Exedude.io and Papa Smurf of Death, thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Regbat, my moderator, for keeping chat friendly and welcoming, and Persistent Desarrollo and C Films, thank you so much for the raids. Also, Dieticus, welcome. Got in right under the finish line. Alright, I'm gonna take a look and see who there is to raid. Let's go visit JD Does Dev, because it's been a while. Alright, let me start that raid. Shirley Dev says, see you later. Have a good evening. See you later. See y'all next week.